Sound check 2, February 8th, Council.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Clerk, could you please confirm that quorum is present?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thanks so much. I'd like to call the meeting of City Council to order. Please stand for the national anthem. Thank you all. Please be seated. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbours, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the City's website, that the presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the City's website, and that members of the public can contact the Clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate form. As well, a reminder that all electronic all electronic devices, I'm thinking of EVs, all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor. There are 12 added correspondence items. Item 5.2, correspondence respecting making our waterfalls more accessible instead of blocking them off, with a recommendation to be received. Item 5.12, correspondence from Kim Zavanovich respecting the city's vaccination policy, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 2 of the General Issues Committee Report 23-006. Item 5.13, Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting procedural clarification for 310 Francis Avenue, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 11.3. Item 5.18, correspondence respecting restructuring of the Board of Health, with a recommendation be received and referred to the consideration of item 7.1. Item 5.19, correspondence from Mark Harrington respecting permit parking on west side of East 18th Street, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the General Manager of Public Works for appropriate action. Item 5.20, correspondence from the Ministry of Health in response to the Mayor's letter respecting the feasibility of including members of the public on Hamilton's Board of Health, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 7.1. Item 5.21, correspondence from Robert Cooper respecting the unvaccinated hiring freeze, with a recommendation be received and referred to the consideration of item 2 of the GIC report 23-006. There is also one revised motion Item 7.1, restructuring the Board of Health, has been revised. There's also one added notice of motion. Item 8.1, it's an amendment to item 5 of the ECS Committee Report 21-013. There is one added private and confidential matter, item 11.3, correspondence from Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting procedural clarification on 310 Francis Avenue. That's all our changes for today, Madam Mayor.
Thanks very much, Clerk Holland. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll have the vote, please. Thank you. The approval of the agenda is carried 15-0. Are there any declarations of interest, members of council? Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I have an interest in communication item 5.13, agenda item 13.3, and Planning Committee 6.2, the report in the information section 5.1, I believe, on the basis that my husband is a director and shareholder of Fengate, which is involved in the land use development discussed in these items. I became aware of this and made the connection following the Planning Committee, which I chair, hence my declaration of interest today. It is pecuniary. Thank you.
Thank you. So then you will be in a position to not speak to or vote on that issue when it comes forward. Okay, thanks very much for that. Are there any other further declarations of interest? Okay, seeing none. That's the disqualifying interest, as I've already mentioned, requires the abstention and will be duly recorded in the council minutes. Before we head on to the approval of minutes of the previous meeting, under ceremonial activities, I'd look to Councillor Clark for a quick comment, please.
Thank you, and good morning, Your Worship. I'd like to share with Council and the public that after yesterday's incident that occurred in the General Issues Budget meeting, Councillor Tom Jackson and Councillor Cameron Kretsch and myself have met. We have resolved our differences. We understand what the intent was from the comments that were made, and we have apologized to each other. And I want to say, Madam Mayor, that I'm sorry that it occurred. I had to do it in the manner that I did, but it is refreshing for me to be able to have such conversations with my colleagues and resolve such differences in the manner that we did. It has not always been that way, as you know, Madam Mayor. So again, thank you to both of my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't know whether Councillor Kretsch or Councillor Jackson would like to say anything. Okay. Thank you very much, all of you, for letting us know how things ended up in terms of the concerns that arose yesterday. Very much appreciated, I think, by all of us. So on that note, then, we are going to move on in the agenda. Item number 4 is approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, January 25th, 2023. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the January 25th, 2023 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Okay. Seeing none, then, please indicate your votes on the minutes. Thanks very much. The minutes carry 16-0. We're now on to communications. Councillor Nan, can I please have a motion on the communications items?
Certainly, that the February 8th, 2023 Council communications be approved as presented, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Is there any discussion on the communications items? Councillor Pauls?
Yes. I want to bring up point 521, if I may. Through the chair, in this letter to the Mayor Horwath and Councillor dated February 7th, Robert Cooper raised some relevant points, including the discrepancy between what the City of Hamilton defines as fully vaccinated, 2 shots, and what the Ministry of Health consider as being fully vaccinated, 4 shots. Also, Mr. Cooper notes...
Can I just stop you for 1 minute, Councillor Pauls? On the agenda item that you're talking about, the correspondence that you're talking about, the recommendation is that this item be referred to the consideration of item 2 of the General Issues Committee report. And so it appears to me that that's when the discussion
on item 2
is supposed to take place.
Okay, I thought it was
is at the General Issues Committee report.
I didn't, okay. I thought we were under communications?
Yes. So are you suggesting we don't refer it to item 2 of the General Issues Committee? Is that, I'm sorry, I'm looking to the clerks. That's my understanding is once it's referred, the discussion takes place at a different forum unless you want to refer it somewhere else or do something else with it.
Yeah,
Madam
through
Clerk?
the mayor, if discussion wants to happen now, then it would not be referred to the GIC, which is amending what's before you, that it be discussed during communications and not be referred to GIC. Yeah. Or you can refer it to GIC and discuss it with the report as well.
So do we need a motion to have it discussed now as opposed to the recommendation or just?
No, generally if there's a consensus, we wouldn't vote. It's really at the will of council. It's the same as if there's something to be received and there's someone wants to change it to endorse. If there's a consensus, you wouldn't vote. If you don't think there's a consensus, you would vote on it.
Okay, all right. So I'm looking to the council in terms of the feeling around the table.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to me that there's any real consensus one way or another. So I'm going to look back to Councillor Pauls to say what she has to say.
You know what? I just want to be able to speak on it today.
Sure.
So whenever
Go ahead,
is,
Councillor
we'll
Pauls.
wait, I guess, for number 2. Okay, we'll wait.
But I just want to be clear so that you're aware. When we get to the General Issues Committee report,
yes,
that's when you'll be talking about it. Okay, perfect.
That would be great.
That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, colleagues.
All right, then, the remainder then of the communications, is there any further discussion? I did want to, so Councillor Cassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. Just briefly on item 5.5, correspondence regarding cancellation of Heritage Day in the City of Hamilton. I just wanted to, for the record, note that communication was from a Ward 12 resident. The Heritage Day is in fact not canceled. So I just wanted that to be on the public record. Thank you.
Thanks very much. If I may pass the chair over to Councillor Nan very briefly, there are 2 items on correspondence that I ask that we endorse. So if you don't mind, Councillor Nan.
Certainly, please go ahead, Mayor.
Thanks very much. The first is correspondence from the City of Thunder Bay, item 5.9, requesting support for the resolution supporting the passage of Bill 42, the Gender Affirming Healthcare Act. So instead of just receiving, I'm suggesting we endorse that item. And then the other one is 5.3, correspondence from the town of Cobourg requesting support for their resolution, requesting that the Premier present and enact government legislation, the Right of Passage Act, which basically assures that all waterfront access, that people have, there's public access to all of our lakes, that people have public access to the lakefront properties around our province. So on that note then, we'll continue. Is there anything further? Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just looking for some guidance from you and or through you to the clerks. I'm so pleased that you identified item 5.3. And if I could just offer a few words, may I do that procedurally in support of your...
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Nan, I'll take back the chair. Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
On 5.3, I think the principle underlining this is worthy of a little bit of public discussion. Our relationship to the water has changed fundamentally throughout our history. And I think when we have access to public space adjacent to water, it, I think, further maybe underscores our sense of responsibility to it. And I always find it interesting that when I go, full disclosure, rollerblading down in Niagara-on-the-Lake, or cycling or walking, but rollerblading, I'm always amazed at the number of American residents who are over on the Canadian side, because we've always had that, I think, good history of balance between our communal interests and our public interests and that of private property rights. And surely on the Canadian side, it shows that when we err on the side of public property rights for access to beauty and water, it is a competitive advantage, and it is a draw, and it's historically kept us in good stead. So thank you very much for pulling that out, and fully support your words on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Oh, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, not on that communication item, but on 5.1, there is a correspondence that colleagues will see that references the escarpment stairs. And so I did want to let residents know, as there have been a number of emails that I believe all of us with bordering wards to escarpment stairs have received, there will be a motion coming forward to a future Public Works Committee looking for a SEPTED review, as well as one that is specific to a sexual violence lens, prevention of sexual violence lens, and a report back from staff. So that is in motion, and I just wanted to notify the community about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Just wanted to bring Council's attention to item 5.20 on the agenda. This is a letter from Dr. Keenan Moore, the Medical Officer of Health for the province of Ontario. Dr. Moore identifies two options for reform to the Board of Health. One, that Hamilton City Council could move to an all-council member Board of Health, one that concludes community members like Toronto and Ottawa, and amendments would be required to the Health Protection and Promotion Act and the City of Hamilton Act. That would be the semi-autonomous model. And then Dr. Moore goes on to say that alternatively, the Board of Health could consider establishing an ad hoc advisory committee, which may include citizen representation. So I think this letter from the Medical Officer of Health for the province of Ontario is directly related to two motions that are on today's agenda, motion 7.1 and motion 7.7. So I see the action in the agenda is to refer this to consideration for 7.1, but I'd also ask that it be referred for consideration of 7.7.
I think that that's in order, so we'll. Okay, thanks, Councillor Jackson. So that's moved by Councillor Danko and seconded by Councillor Jackson to ensure that that item is also referred to 7.7. Can we please put up a vote? It was moved and seconded, not needed? All right, just a friendly.
If there's a consensus that it be adjusted, it's fine.
Okay, I don't see anybody that's opposed to that, so we'll just go ahead. Thank you. Clerk Pilon? Oh. Okay. All right. So just in a very easy way, we now have Councillor Alex Wilson seconding, so thank you for that. And then can we have somebody or moving rather, I guess it was, right? So we'll need to pull 513 and take a vote on that immediately then. So on 513, Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting procedural clarification for 310 Francis Avenue. Can we please have a vote up? Oh, I did already, but. Okay, that carries 15-0 with one abstention, which will be recorded in the minutes. Thanks very much. And I think now we're back on to the main motion, which is the moving of the correspondence, and that was moved by Councillor Nan and now seconded by Councillor Wilson, if I'm not mistaken. So can we please have the vote up? Thanks all. That carries 16-0. We're now going to move into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Nan, may I have a motion to move into Committee of the Whole, please?
Certainly, that Council move into Committee of the Whole to consider the committee reports, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor A. Wilson, please.
Okay, thanks very much. Please indicate your vote. Thank you. That carries 16-0. We are now going to go into the committee reports. Item 6.1, General Issues Committee Special Report 23-005, January 27, 2023. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee report?
Certainly, that the General Issues Committee Report 23005 being the meeting held on Friday, January 27th, 2023, be received, and then the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Taddison, please.
Okay. Are there any items then? Thanks for that. Are there any items within report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Okay. Seeing none, then please indicate your vote on the report now. Thank you. Thanks very much. That carries 16-0. We're now on to 6.2, Planning Committee Report 23-002, January 31st, 2023. Can I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee report? That cannot happen from Councillor Wilson because of her identified conflict. So Councillor Spadafora, moved by Councillor, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Are there any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair Horvath. Just looking for some direction through you to Clerk Holland on the identification of the item in which I declared an interest. Can we pull that out, or do we need to because it was an information item? Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, it's in the information section, so it's not necessary. You won't be voting on that.
Okay. If I may then, I can vote on the body of the report. Thank you.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you. Seeing no further, we have a further speaker, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can just get clarification on item 6, the municipal comprehensive review of the official plan OPA 167, the urban Hamilton official plan, and OPA 34, which is the rural official plan. I was not present. Just for the record, I was in the hospital. I came down with double bacterial pneumonia and COVID-19. It was a very trying week for me, but I survived and I'm back. And anyone that thinks COVID-19 is gone, they're mistaken. The hospitals are filled with people who are suffering. Notwithstanding that, I apologize for my absence. Can I get clarification on this item? We are going to have a lawyer present to participate in the judicial review to secure and respond to any issues that are of importance to the city of Hamilton, but we are not seeking to participate in the judicial review as a partner with the Environmental Defense Group. Can I just get clarification that understanding is correct?
I will pass that on to Solicitor Shields, I believe. Solicitor Shields, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. To Councillor Clark, we had an in-camera meeting to discuss the instructions in open session. The direction which came was for staff to take no positions. The city will not take a position. However, we will, what we call, have a watching brief. So we will look to ensure that the record is correct, that if there's any ancillary actions that we need to take to make that happen, we will do that. So we will retain external counsel to continue with that, as well as we will report back to this body if there are any changes on the instructions based on the record of proceedings that we receive, which we haven't yet received from the ministry. With respect to the second part of your question, which is whether we will partner with EDCI, the answer to that is no, but we will provide them with materials, publicly available materials that will help them with their the proceedings if they request that from us.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a quick comment. I was very pleased to read that, and that was the direction of council. I think the judicial review is an important thing for environmental defense to do. I'm not so convinced that a municipality should be directly involved in that judicial review. Our responsibility, as you know, I've said this many times in the past, we have to respect the institution, the office, and their decisions. We don't have to agree with their decisions. And I think fundamentally this council united does not agree with the decision of the government. So I think this is the appropriate way to handle it. We were there to protect the municipality in the JR process, but we are not an active party to the JR process. So I'd like to thank our staff and council. I think this was an excellent way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none then, on the Planning Committee report, please identify your vote. We're waiting for the tech, but I'm assured by the clerks that it has passed 16-0. So we'll then move on. Thank you very much, Clerk Pilon. We'll move on to General Issues Committee Report 23-006, February 1st, 2023. Councillor Nam, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Report?
Certainly, that the General Issues Committee Report 23-006, being the meeting held on Wednesday, February 1st, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Spatafora.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Clark, the committee report is now on the table. May I have your motion to lift item II1 respecting the encampment pilot evaluation, HSC 20038E, PED 21188B from the information section and add it as item 11 of the General Issues Committee report?
Thank you, and that motion is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Matt Francis, lifting it just so for the education of the new members of council, lifting it from the information section now enables us to have that debate here at council, as I believe this fell to a 7-7 tie. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Clark. Can we now, is there any further debate on this item, on this motion? Okay, so then we'll ask for folks to please indicate your vote now on the lifting of the item. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Councillor Clark, then I return to you to have your motion respecting item 11.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, it is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Matt Francis. Item 11, the encampment pilot evaluation, HSC 20038E, PED 21188, citywide outstanding business list 10.4. What I am doing, and I believe the motion is before everyone, is quite literally lifting the staff recommendation items B through to item G, and moving that now for consideration, and if you will allow me the opportunity to speak to it.
Please go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and councillors, and this has been a very challenging, not sure what that was. This has been a very challenging file for the City of Hamilton, for our staff. I want to commend our staff for finding a reasonable approach to the encampment pilot evaluation. A great deal of effort went into finding this recommendation and ensuring that this recommendation was consistent with the most current court proceedings. Our staff on the ground are working daily in a very challenging situation to encourage people who are in encampments to move to safe accommodations that are warm and that there is hot food for them, so that they are out of the cold and they are not tenting in different parks and natural areas and on different properties, to be quite frank. I think on item, forgive me, Madam Mayor, On item F, that we have indicated that although Hamilton Police Services is willing to support the coordination response team, they have acknowledged that it is not the mandate of the police service to do so. And so the recommendation is that an additional 2 FTEs, police officers, be hired to support the delivery of coordinated encampment response. Madam Mayor, I have indicated this many times that there are many people who are sleeping in tents or in encampments. Some of them have lost their jobs through no fault of their own, somewhere as a result of COVID. Loved ones, the main loved ones who were the breadwinners in a family lost their job, and the family found themselves living in their car or on the street. These are realities that COVID has forced onto our community. We have to measure our response to ensure that when our teams are encouraging people who are sleeping in the streets to move to a warm accommodation that is safe, that there are beds present. And if there are the beds present, then we are in compliance with the court decisions that have occurred in the province of Ontario. I think we need to do everything we can, and I've shared this with my colleagues. We need to put more money into safe shelters. We need to put more money into supportive housing. And quite frankly, and you and I have shared this conversation, Mayor, the province has to step up. It is incredibly unfair that we hear the Minister of Municipal Affairs indicating how important it is to have supportive housing because it diverts people from the police, the emergency rooms, and all of these other, and so that it really provides them an opportunity to have their own apartment with all of the supports necessary. So we need to continue to push that, but we need to lead by example. Find the funding that is necessary to put those beds in place. And I think that's what our staff are aiming to do. I know that's what this council is aiming to do. I want to say this, and I don't know any other way to say it other than to be blunt. We have an excellent senior leadership team. We have excellent staff in the Emergency Community Services Division under General Manager Angela Burden. I am concerned that if this council rejects this reasonable recommendation, that we are going to see ripple effects through our leadership team and through the cooperation. If we're not standing with our employees when they make these recommendations, which are not easy, they are difficult, and our staff are out there every day dealing with it, we have to stand with them by supporting their recommendations. So I encourage my colleagues to consider this recommendation in that light. Thank you,
Thank
Mayor.
you, Councillor Clark. Thank you. Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Just want to follow up on the question I was asking at previous meeting last week. If we do not have recommendations B and G approved moving forward, and we're unable to come up with a new process prior to the end of April, I'm looking to staff, Director Cirillo's here. I'd like to know, what do we have in place on May 1st? So if you're sending Director Baird's, if she's sending staff out, where does bylaw fit in as of May 1st?
Thank you, Councillor Spatafora. Director Baird, please. Oh, actually, Director Cirillo, perhaps.
Through the chair to the councillor, Monica Cirillo, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. Councillor, to answer your question, if there is no pilot or funding or anything set up as of May 1st, bylaw enforcement would revert back to a low priority of parks bylaw enforcement. If a complaint came in, it would come into the queue. If this recommendation also wasn't approved, we would also consider whether staff would be going in when it comes into the queue if HPS was available to attend with staff on site as well. So there'd be a variety of factors that would come into place. We would not be tied to any timelines to be responding to encampment complaints.
Councillor Spatafora?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that answer, Director. Director Baird, question through you, Mayor. If as of May 1st, I guess this would mean that if housing staff does go out for those supports, they would be going out without any bylaw or HBS presence. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. So the outreach staff would be going out. They go out now to encampments on their own, but they would not have MLE officers to call should they need support or police. We would still call police, of course, if there's safety concerns for our staff.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Been thinking about this a lot since the GIC meeting. Through you, just a procedural question. So there was an alternative motion that was passed that we conduct a minimum of 2 meetings with a number of community organizations, and that these meetings help to develop a new encampment protocol rooted in a human rights approach. So my question, I guess, is through you, that direction can still stand and be used to help guide the deployment of the additional resources that would then be approved through BNG.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. That is my understanding, that these 2 items are not mutually exclusive, that in fact both can be occurring consecutively or at the same time.
Thank you. So hopefully that is enough of a compromise for members of this council. I think it was always the intention of staff and the intention of the recommendations that came forward. But unfortunately, there seems to be perhaps a lack of trust. And hopefully, by moving forward with the additional consultation, with hearing from our partners in the community and continuing to work towards a housing-based human rights approach, we can regain some of that trust. The fact is the recommendations that are on the table here are necessary for our staff to do the work in the community that they need to do. We've already seen, because of encampments having to close infrastructures. We just got a notice last week that we have to close the McNabb Street Tunnel because of the lack of encampment enforcement at that location. On the Claremont access, the streetlights were out of commission for several weeks because staff were not able to access the location they needed to get to fix the lights because of an encampment in a dangerous situation that was there. If we don't approve these recommendations, we are at risk of seeing work refusals from our staff in the vicinity of encampments where they are routinely chased with needles, threatened with assault, and just put in an untenable, dangerous situation. We can't ask our staff to do that. Our park staff are being asked right now, off the side of their desk to coordinate cleanup, to pick up needles, to clean up human waste. They need support. And, ultimately, I think this comes down to perhaps some fundamental ideological concerns about the use of bylaw and the involvement of police. But I think, again, to be reasonable and responsible to our community, to our staff, those resources are necessary, and that's why staff have made those recommendations. So, as I was support at GIC, I continue to support the recommendations put forward by staff, along with the additional consultation and the desire and the, I think, intention to have a different approach to encampment that is not enforcement-based, that is that human rights, housing-based approach. And I think we can achieve that here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks, and I'm going to continue to oppose recommendations B through G. I'm doing so, and I'll say the same or similar thing I said when this first came up. 100% of the people who came forward here identified this community concern. Professionals in the industry and professionals in the business said that they don't think those recommendations are going to be the right solution, that this is not going to get us to a place of restoring trust. It's not going to get us to a place of supporting people. And we seem to be under the impression, from the comments I'm hearing, that the only domain under which we can be having a discussion about this must be through the lens of professional staff only. There are so many professional people in our community, professional people in organizations who are doing this work. And it's not just our job to simply say every time a staff thing comes forward, oh, I agree, and I'm going to say this is great because staff said so. That can't be our job, otherwise everything's just a consent item. Like here, we're asked to be deliberating on issues, and it's not disrespectful to staff for us to disagree with them. Sometimes we have to look outside and say our job is to do multiple things. It's to listen to our recommendations of staff, it's to represent the community, it's to vote on things that have a larger scope, it's to listen to the people who come forward here and testified to us and told us this will not work. I want to repeat, they all said it. It's a resounding chorus. They said the original pilot wouldn't work, it didn't work. They said this isn't going to work, it's not going to work. I urge my colleagues to listen to them. If we're going to do things differently, it's going to mean sometimes leaning into places that are slightly uncomfortable for us in terms of these interactions of saying to our staff, sorry, you know, these recommendations, we appreciate where you're coming from here, but just not matching up with what we're hearing everywhere and part of what our job is. Also, I'll say, which we did approve, and again, that was already approved kind of, I think, by quite a majority of people. I didn't vote in favor, but already takes us to the end of April. So it's not like we're making a kind of slightly hyperbolic argument here, I think, in terms of like, there will be no support as of today. No, like there will be these supports in place till the end of April. And then before then, we're gonna have a conversation at one table with all these advocates. And councillors are probably welcome to attend as guests to witness the conversation. Have that conversation and bring some recommendations back that are more centered in the human rights approach and more centered in a broader perspective on the subject. So like that's where I'm coming from on this. I think it's fine for us to disagree with our staff from time to time respectfully. I don't think anyone's doing it disrespectfully or sending the organization to some kind of a tailspin for doing so. I really want to be clear that's not my position. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm just saying that this is maybe not necessary for staff to do this work in the community. It's not necessary for us to be enforcing encampments, and there is a better way forward here that's been outlined for us over several years. This is an opportunity to do something differently, and that's the direction I'm going with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and just a few comments if I could, and I won't be supporting the recommendations B through G, primarily because I'm not convinced that the deployment of the complement that's been laid out is the appropriate type of resources that is going to serve the new potential encampment protocol that the motion that is within the items of the GIC report aims to design in consultation with our community stakeholders, as well as community-based subject matter experts as well. And similarly, you know, I think it's pretty clear to staff that I have nothing but utmost respect for the work that they do, and they're managing some really difficult issues here. But as it relates to the points that my council colleagues have raised today in terms of those concerns, as it relates to the interaction of some individuals who are living houseless with the public realm. I would really appreciate being able to hear back from our community-based subject matter experts about how we might be able to achieve more cost-effective approaches that would achieve the goals and address the concerns that council colleagues have laid out and outlined as it relates to waste collection and other kinds of things. There are really resourceful solutions in our community, and folks said it to us directly through their delegations just recently, but also in the previous term of council, in terms of the types of supports that would actually enable the human rights and health-based approach to making sure that our encampments are well managed and shared in terms of the ownership of managing them, while we all collectively work towards what the ultimate goal is that is shared around this table and echoed by the community, which is permanent housing and health-based solutions. Until we get there, we really do need to enlist the collective responsibility that folks are literally putting up their hands and saying, we want to be a part of the solution here. We want to help with this situation. We have some ideas that would enable us to enact a protocol that we could come to some agreements with the municipality. And finally, in terms of the cost that's associated to items B through G, I'm not convinced that those costs are necessary until I hear back as a councillor what cost-effective measures or approaches our community sector partners might bring to the table. So I won't be able to, unfortunately, though I appreciate the dialogue that's happening around the table. I can't support it. I think we need to let the direction that was given at GIC a chance to do its work and hear back from our community partners on those pieces. And based on those recommendations, I would be happy to enter a conversation with colleagues around how to support that within the 2023 operating budget in year. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Huang, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I've also been listening to what our senior leadership team has been sharing with me. One question that I have through you, Mayor, is how do we, if we were to move forward with lifting B through G, there's no real set timeline as to how long that potential protocol will be in place. And I'm also mindful that we have a secondary opportunity where we can have community consultation. I'm also mindful that we are now in the middle of February and trying to pull all of these people together for 2 community consultations and have a solution in place by April feels very ambitious. So I'd like to understand, how do we marry the two? But I would like to understand from staff, how would we essentially taper off B through G? Mindful that there's also a $350,000 April deadline and dollars there, but institute second protocol there. So may I ask that then?
Thanks, Councillor Huang. I'll look to Director Baird, perhaps, or GM Thorne.
Through the chair, Jason Thorne, General Manager, Planning and Economic Development. I'll provide maybe a high-level response. If you want to get into some of the details, then Director Baird and Director Estrella could reply. So as I understand the direction, we would be proceeding if the direction of council is to approve B through G and in addition approve the previous direction around having those meetings and dialogue and conversation in the community. The way I would see that rolling out is that we would have the team in place from today in terms of that outreach group. The approach would change a little bit in terms of how it was described in the report with a housing outreach-led approach, which is a little different than what we were doing last year, but that would proceed. We would be coming back to you in April with the results of those conversations and dialogue in the community. If that conversation results in perhaps some change in approach, focus, prioritization, whatever it may be, then I would expect that would be part of the report back. The resources would be there, the staff would be there. The outcomes of those community dialogues may suggest a different prioritization or approach, but the resources would be there then to implement that. So that's rather a high-level response. If you want some more specifics, either maybe GM Burden would like to respond from a housing standpoint.
Thanks very much, GM Thorne. Councillor Huang, would you like to hear from GM Burden?
Yes.
GM Burden, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. I think one of the considerations that is important, I think, for council to recognize is the challenge in backfilling and having temporary staff. When we look specifically to housing resources, in order for us to be providing additional support to unsheltered individuals, that's really what we're looking at in recommendations B through G. There was a comment earlier about that there are many resources in the community and lots of experts who can inform the development of a new protocol. We would wholeheartedly agree with that. We would also say that what you have before you is not an approach to ending homelessness or solving the unsheltered, the challenges that our unsheltered individuals are facing. It really is a response to what do we do when there are complaints and when there are issues that councillors and constituents have asked us to handle and address. And so Michelle or Director Baird had talked about this being a new approach in terms of it's a shift. So currently in the pilot, or the pilot to date, our MLE officers went on site first. What you have before you is that our housing outreach team would be on site first. So those recommendations are for a dedicated manager who can actually help to coordinate across and ensure that it is first a housing outreach-led initiative rather than an MLE initiative. The reality is that our teams are being asked to respond, and currently we're responding off the sides of our desk. We're missing things. We are not achieving the integration that we need to. And the recommendations that you have before you are our best recommendations of how we respond to the things that we've been asked to respond to as staff, while we at the same time are looking at that protocol. My instinct is that regardless of what protocol comes back, there will still be a dedicated response that is required. And our commitment would be that we would shift those resources into accommodating the new protocol. And so would offer that in terms of how do these pieces fit together. And also recognizing that in addition to this piece of work, there are many other initiatives that we're doing in housing and across the city to figure out how do we look at those broader pieces around the permanent health-based solutions to unsheltered individuals. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, GM Burden. Councillor Huang?
Mayor, I think that where I am struggling with this is that we have heard time and time again from the community of many experts saying that this is not the path forward. I'm also mindful that we have a encampment strategy that's coming forward in April. I'm mindful that we have potential opportunities for maybe funds that may come later than that. I think that right now where I'm struggling with this is that there's the very real time issue that is happening right now, where today we have some of the resources, we may not have those resources come May 1, or we have a toned down version of those resources come May 1. But I do want to place significant emphasis on having the housing, like the people that are working in this community from the community and those experts, and place more of an emphasis there. So in my opinion, I think of this as being a little bit of a stopgap measure, where I would like to see, and maybe this is, I'm not sure if this is an amendment, but essentially some level of transfer over from this existing protocol to a potential new protocol should it come into place. I'm also mindful that a new protocol will likely require human resources, funding, and those will not fit into the current 2023 budget process. So I'm mindful of where are we going to find that money. And if we do have that monies that have been allocated, this 1.3 million that is currently on the table here, if we can allocate those to the new protocol, I'd like to get a better understanding there of the very real transfer of responsibility and powers and resources from one protocol to the next. And I'm not sure who to direct that question to.
Thanks, Councillor Huang. I would think that that question could perhaps go to GM Burden or Director Baird. GM Burden, did you want to start?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the councillor. I think exactly, Councillor Huang, what you've said is what we anticipate would happen. So in the case of housing, and then perhaps I'll invite Director Baird to add anything, and then through you, Madam Mayor, my colleagues in other divisions to demonstrate the integrated response that we're looking to achieve. In housing, we have requested resources for a dedicated manager, and that in the previous pilot was a director level position. We don't think that we need a full director. However, the extent of work that is involved to ensure that individuals are reached with that human rights-based approach, that there's conversations with partners in the community, that concerns are addressed and coordinated across the divisions in a timely way, in a coordinated way, so that we're all on the same page about how we're handling a particular issue, really does need leadership. And so a dedicated manager is being requested. In addition to a project manager to help with some of the data collection and some of the other complaints processes, the morning meetings that we've been having to ensure that we're all on the same page, it is a significant workload. Currently in housing, we have housing staff that are going out 8 hours, Monday to Friday. We've been using some of the pilot dollars to provide overtime for staff to do outreach on the weekends. The resource request is for housing outreach staff to be able to respond to individuals and situations 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, without putting our staff under the stress of overtime. And so that's the resources that you have before you. I believe that because of where we're at in terms of dealing with this as a social issue, that workload will not go away regardless of the protocol that we choose to employ, but it will need to be shifted. So that same team in housing could very naturally, and we would expect it to shift into what that new protocol is. And the manager and the project manager that's requested would also be working with community partners and experts to ensure that we've got good conversations, thorough and thoughtful discussions, and we're arriving at not just a tick box for consultation, but ongoing relationship, even past the development of the protocol. I would invite, through you, Madam Mayor, Director Baird, and then the other directors to speak about the same impact, both in parks and MLE, and through you, Madam Mayor, potentially to Director Baird.
Thanks, GM Burden. Councillor Huang, just wanted to check in with you. Is that is something that you
I would like to hear from Director Baird because I have an additional comment or question right after this.
Absolutely. Thank you. Director Baird, please.
Through the chair to the councillor. So on this particular item, I actually don't think they're two mutually exclusive pieces of work, because there's a piece of time we have the recommendation before you because we are confident that we will better be able to serve the clients should we take a housing first approach and have the housing staff be the first connection with the clients. There's still an opportunity, though, to determine what that time looks like between when housing is involved in the clients and when we engage MLE. That's not necessarily spelled out right now. And so I think when we think about the engagement that Councillor Crutch has suggested, perhaps that's where that work comes forward to sort of decide what does that look like? When do we involve MLE? What is it that basically, where do we go from a place of housing to we do need to do something from an enforcement lens? And so I think there's opportunity here for us to do both pieces of work together, both move forward with the recommendations here and put a program in place that allows us to have the housing outreach be the first point of contact 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, but then also have that engagement work happening to determine what does it look like, where do we get to the enforcement piece of the work.
Thanks, Director Baird. Councillor Huang, please.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm just mindful that as it's written today, we have no timelines, we have no opportunities for some level of feedback or evaluation. We have no off-ramp, essentially, in the way that this is currently written. There's no idea for transition. And as well, it's not explicitly stated because although both GM Burden and Director Baird have identified that the dollars that we might put through that are from B through G would be allocated to the new potential protocol, this is, to me, it feels vague, and I think that this is where we have such a huge split with how we want to move forward with this. So I wonder if there has to be some level of additional comments here where we talk about how are we evaluating the current B through G, and at what point do we swap over to a new potential protocol? And there may have to be language where the dollars that have already been allocated to A through G are then transferred over to the new protocol. And that's kind of my comment and point there.
Okay, thanks so much, Councillor Wang. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll be voting down the recommendation to lift B through G today, as I did last time. And I do really appreciate, though, Councillor Wang's comments about how do we find this bridging program? And for me, how we find this bridging program personally is by voting down these recommendations today and building a new encampment protocol and having these conversations about the system we want to build, as opposed to having a conversation about, oh, we'll build this runway, but maybe we won't use it, and then we'll try and transfer these resources. If we want to do something, let's do it, and let's do it intentionally. And that work has already been started, and we have a timeline for that work. And so really, really excited to layer in these conversations. And I don't think by voting down B through G today, we have to give up and wait till April. We can keep having these conversations by all means. And some of the things I heard in this debate so far is a real desire to be reasonable and responsible when we think about how we're allocating funds and we're thinking about how we're responding. I completely agree, but I think maybe what I'm defining as reasonable and responsible might be different than some of my colleagues. So for example, yesterday we heard that a $1.1 million use of the budget to bring 300 plus employees up to a living wage was a big pressure. And I hear that, and I respect colleagues' concerns that that was a big pressure. Here we're talking about $1.3 million for 10.5 staffers to manage the housing crisis, not to respond to the housing crisis, not to provide the resources to house people, but to manage how we deal with the outcomes of the crisis that we are in. And to me, that's not an effective use of funds when reasonably we could end encampments with $1.3 million on a temporary basis, not in a systemic way, but we could house people currently encamped with $1.3 million. That solves those safety concerns. That solves those issues. Is that a sustainable long-term solution? Absolutely not. But there are other solutions that we could do with $1.3 million that aren't on the management side. And it comes to me the fact that zero of these dollars is going towards individuals who are currently living encamped. It's going to a staffing complement, and I respect the work of our staff, and I think that we need staff to be part of this solution 100%. I just echo some of the comments from my colleagues that 100% of the solution will not come from staff, even though we need staff to be there 100%. And so what we have in front of us, again, it's not a solution, it's a response. GM Burden was quite clear in saying that, and I really, really appreciate that clarity in terms of what we're actually talking about here. And so I think as we're having this conversation, I think we do have this window to build a better protocol. We have this opportunity to consult, to listen to our community members who are coming forward, and there's no rush to come up with a plan for May onwards when we're doing that work anyway. And to have two kind of competing plans that we transition between doesn't make sense to me, and I don't see that as reasonable or a responsible use of funds. And I just want to say now, to kind of get into the ideology of it all, if we will, I am fundamentally opposed to allocating resources to moving people around our city when they don't have that safe support. We're hearing all the time that we need more housing, we need more shelters, we need to improve our shelters. Yes, we have to worry about how our parks are holding up, and yes, we have to worry about the impacts of encampments on our public realm. 100%, those are real concerns. I don't think, even when it comes from a perspective of worried about those concerns, I think we still have a responsibility to be really careful in our language, to avoid stigmatizing language like chasing with needles, and to really think about how we can come to a solution. Not that it's going to be easy, but where is a solution? And for me personally, these investments aren't towards a solution, they're towards a response. And so it's a clear decision for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Now, Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really encouraged by the debate around the table. I think there is consensus that we need and want to find a solution. I hear a lot of compassion, both from my colleagues and from staff. Since the GIC meeting last week, I did take the opportunity to speak with several staff members. many who have spoken here today to understand the recommendation better and why they believe it's important. And I'm encouraged to hear the comments here today that they are not mutually exclusive, because the vision that Councillor Kretsch has put forward, I think, is very valuable, and I thank him for that. And we need to work towards that. But I'm of the opinion now that we need to have a bridge. The work to be done in the community is necessary for many of the reasons that have been stated by my colleagues here. So I will support the motion put forward by Councillor Clark, knowing that it is a stopgap, but it's important work that needs to happen to get us to the place where we need to be. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cassar. I see no further first-time speakers on this item. I do want to add my very brief comments, which I expressed at the at the committee meeting when we had this initial discussion. I too believe that we need to come to solutions that are based on human rights, that are based on housing solutions. We've had lots of conversations through our budget deliberations that speak to the fact that we need to do something more immediately when it comes to those housing solutions. And granted, this recommendation in front of us is not that. But that is work that I think we're all committed to doing, and I think we'll have further discussion around that in the prioritization session. However, not dissimilar from Councillor Cassar's comments, I wrote down a two-step as opposed to a bridge, but I believe that's where we're at. I believe that the initiative that Councillor Kretsch brought forward is extremely important, and that it will and shall and should inform the work that we do going forward. I do, however, as I said last time, believe that putting this these funds in our budget to be utilized as per the outcomes of those conversations with community providers, as well as folks who are living in encampments and who are unhoused in our community. It needs to inform our work. I absolutely agree that it needs to inform our work. So I look forward to those discussions happening. I look forward to the protocols that come forward. And then I look forward to us having this conversation once again when we determine how we implement the new protocols that are provided by community, with having the resources available to make those amendments or adjustments. So I thank you for the conversation. I don't know if there are any further speakers to this matter. Any second-time speakers then? Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, and I apologize, I'm using eScribe, but it's not working for me today, so I'm putting my requests in the chat, just a heads up for the clerks. So through you, if I could ask staff, Councillor Huang raised some really important pieces here regarding the evaluative framework, the clear definition and articulation of direction to staff, that these resources are malleable towards implementing a future protocol that is yet to be determined. If I could get some suggested language from staff, and I apologize that is happening on the fly, but I think that those points can't be left unaddressed. And I would like to use the time in this council to get some clarity around those components and potentially offer another amendment to what's before us based on achieving those very important policy pieces there.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. GM Burden appears to be the person who's interested in perhaps coming up with some language, or please go ahead, GM Burden.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. I would recommend that one of the recommendations be amended to state that resources to be transitioned to the new protocol that Council approves when it comes forward. And in terms of the evaluation framework, I would also recommend or suggest that currently we have had a pilot running. We did provide some an evaluation framework and some preliminary results from that within the resource constraints we had. In my mind, it makes sense to wrap an evaluation framework around the new protocol that would come forward rather than invest the resources in evaluating the existing protocol. And I would also suggest that our community partners and experts could assist with the development of that framework and it be embedded into the consultation that we're engaging in as a direction from Council.
Thank you. Through you, General Manager Burden. So if I got the language correctly, that staff be directed to make recommendations of reallocation of resources approved towards implementing a new encampment protocol once approved by
Council. Yes.
Once approved by Council. And the second piece was that staff be directed to develop an evaluation framework for the new encampment protocol.
In consultation with community partners.
Councillor Nan, are you going to you hold on to that and get it cleaned up maybe with the clerks, and we have Councillor Huang on the speakers list if you are finished at this point. Councillor Nan.
Yep, I'd be happy to. I put it in the chat for clerks to lift from. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Nan. Councillor Huang, please.
Just trying to understand what our protocol is right now, because in the past, we have actually passed A being sectioned out. So A is still there. And then now we're looking at lifting B through G with new amendments from Councillor Nan. Is that right?
So my understanding is where we are is this. We are now debating the lifting of those pieces.
No, we're not lifting.
We're debating the merits of those pieces. They've been lifted. We're debating the merits of those pieces, and then we will take any motions to amend what's currently on the floor, which is the B through G.
Okay, so we're only confirming B through G, because then we're not.
A is already passed. B through G is what's before us.
And we're still keeping the new amendment of what Councillor Crutch has.
That's another motion, and it comes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. I just want to understand that.
Hold on, Clerk Holland, please.
Through the Mayor, just to provide a little bit of clarification. You're correct. B through G is on the floor right now. Councillor Nan has proposed an amendment, but there is no seconder, so it is not on the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we have these items before us. I see no further speakers. Councillor Nan, please, for your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. So as it stands in the chat, so I would amend the current motion to add H and I, and then turning to clerks for suggestion that staff be directed to make recommendations of reallocation to reallocate the resources approved towards the implementation of a new encampment protocol once approved by Council, and I, that staff be directed to develop an evaluation framework for the new encampment protocol in consultation with community partners. And I would turn to Councillor Huang for a seconder.
Councillor Huang has seconded your motion, Councillor Nan. So we'll deal with Councillor Nan's motion now, amending motion. Speakers, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank Councillor Nan for the motion. You know, it's been my experience in politics over the year that pragmatism and collaboration moves the yardstick forward. This is an example of it. This is an iterative process. It's not, it should never be seen as a static process where it's either or. We should always be trying to find the collaborative approach to move forward our policy. So I fully support Councillor Nan's motion to amend, and I thank you for it.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And similar to Councillor Clark's comments, thank Councillor Nan and Councillor Wang for the pragmatism here of, I think, spelling out in direction what the intention is. So fully support the amendment. However, just one caveat that the resources that we would be approving, specifically municipal law enforcement and 2 dedicated police officers, those resources would still be required regardless of what new protocol comes forward. It's just how they are deployed, how they are, the interaction that they're expected to have might change depending on the protocol, but those resources are still going to be there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. I don't know if that was a question or was that a statement? A statement. Okay, thank you. Then we now have Councillor Nan.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that when we are voting procedurally through you, Mayor, is it possible to still separate out votes for B through G and then H through I?
Yes, just for your information, we'll take your motion first. Once that motion has been decided, we'll then go back to the Councillor Clark's original motion, so they will be separate.
Thank you. That's it.
Thanks so much. On that, then, we now turn to the amending motion that was moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Huang. My understanding that that is what's before us, although I see clerks conferring. So, please.
To the Mayor, I just, through to staff, I just want to clarify to make sure that B through I will be able to stand alone if you're going to be voting on them separately. I just want confirmation from GM Burden and Michelle Barrett as well.
That G through I will be standing, if we vote in favor of them. I'm not sure what you're
What I
trying
heard
to clarify.
the Mayor say that B through I would be voted on separately.
No.
So is it your intention to pull them apart?
So the motion that's before us, my understanding, is Councillor Nan's amending motion.
Yes.
Was it H and I? I'm sorry, I don't see that have the H and I. And my understanding was H and I is what's before us, and that's what we're going to vote on first.
Correct.
Once that has been approved, then we go back to the main motion that Councillor Clark had on the agenda.
Correct, as amended.
Okay.
And what I heard Councillor Nan ask is if they were going to be pulled apart and voted on separately.
But they are by function of the fact that we're voting on her motion first. Am I not? I don't understand where the Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. And I apologize. I'm not trying to make things messy. I just want to give my council colleagues who expressed previously that they won't be able to vote for B through G the opportunity to still not vote for that. So I'm asking that B through G be one vote once, should the amending motion pass first, and then we're voting on the motion as amended, that B through G remain separated. To give some of my council colleagues the opportunity to vote in consistency. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. I'm looking to the clerks for some sense of that request. Procedurally, yes, I'll give them a minute to have their conference. Thank you. Okay, my understanding then, Councillor Nan, just to confirm, is I think is what I articulated before, which is that your motion amends Councillor Clark's motion, and then Councillor Clark's, and if that passes, then Councillor Clark's motion as amended is what will be before Council, not split out again. The opportunity to vote for your motion separately comes right now when it's voted on as it's on the floor. And that's what I'm understanding from what the clerks have determined. I'm sorry? Yes, they are interdependent. On that point, we now have Councillor Nan's motion on the floor. Are there any further speakers to Councillor Nan's motion? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
I support the spirit of H&I. My confusion, and I understand procedurally, I think, why they cannot be detached separately from B to G. And through the chair, happy to be ruled out of order on this matter. But in speaking to just A and H and I have to comment on the genesis of this in its totality, because for me that informs my position. And happy to be ruled out of order because I can't philosophically and practically detach all of these threads. The birth of A is fundamentally important to me. And it was born, in my opinion, on a non-housing approach to a crisis. The way in which it was brought to the previous council also is practically and ethically counter to how I seek to govern. Its intent politically was wrong. But A, the majority of this council is seeking its continuance until the end of March. So that practice is continuing. There is a...
Councillor Whistler, if I can, we are actually debating Councillor Nan's amendment at this point in time, and I think we need to get back to what's on the floor.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Cretch, please.
I'm just really trying to understand the procedural bit a little bit more here. I listened very carefully to what Councillor Nan had said, and I don't think she was seeking to amend. I think she was seeking to put a separate motion forward, and so maybe that's the issue here, is that she was seeking actually to not to do the thing that we're having her do, unfortunately. So I think it makes sense in the context of having the B to G conversation. She was like, hey, H&I. Sorry, hey is really apparently the word of the week for me. So hey, we're having H&I. And she was like, I want to make sure those are also a thing that's occurring. Like, we're going to talk about that as a separate transitional piece. So we'd have, for lack of, best I can here, A, B through G, H and I are all going to be these separate things. I think she's just wanting to do something a little bit tricky, but I think it's probably procedurally in order. I think it's just being confused. I'm just let the procedural people speak, but she wants a separate motion to have H and I.
Thanks, Councillor Cretch. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. If I may, I originally heard that it was an amendment to my motion, but I understand the intention by my colleagues is that they would like to separate the two out. The clerks are correct that as while as it stands as an amendment to the motion, that's not physically possible. So what can transpire is we can move forward with the motion that was moved as I read it this morning, have that vote, and then turn to Councillor Nan, and Councillor Nan can say, notwithstanding what's transpired this morning, I'd like to have this motion passed. And I think that kind of gets us around the juggernaut that we have before us at the moment.
Is that the same conversation clerks were just having now? Okay. Well, thank you all very much for that instruction, and appreciate it very much so. So just so that we're all clear, as well as the folks who might be watching, we are going to go back to the main motion, which was Councillor Clark's motion. We'll deal with that, and then we will go on and ask Councillor Nan to bring forward an ancillary motion or a standalone motion on the direction that she is seeking. Okay, all good? All right, let's go for it then. We are now voting on item 11. Do you want to read your motion one more time, Councillor Clark, or should we just go for it?
It's a rather long motion.
All right, then. Well, if everybody knows then what it is we're voting for, then we'll just go for the vote. So the vote is up. Can I please have folks indicate now your position on Councillor Clark's motion? Councillor Clark's motion carries 11-5. Thanks very much. We then have a motion from Councillor Nan. Councillor Nan, can you go ahead and submit your motion?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Huang that staff be directed to develop an evaluation framework for a new encampment protocol in consultation with community partners, and B, that staff be directed to make recommendations on the reallocation of resources towards I guess I need a little bit of clarity. Reallocation of resources approved related to encampments towards implementing a new encampment protocol once approved by council. Clear as mud.
I don't know if anybody has that wording to be able to be putting on the screen. Is there any discussion? That was moved by Councillor Nan, I believe, still seconded by Councillor Huang. Any further discussion? People are clear? All right, I'll ask the councillors to please indicate your votes. Councillor McMeekin, can you please indicate your vote?
Again, yep.
Thanks so much. That carries 16-0. Thank you all very much for a very important conversation. Okay, I believe we have another motion. Oh, that's not happening? Okay, then we'll move on. Okay, that's good. Thank you. At this point, then, are there any other items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. And I want to say that I've been the face last term and this term now of the vaccination policy we have. So I want in this contact to let you know that I receive a lot of emails, I receive a lot of calls, not only from my ward, from every ward. So I got this one, and this one, he called me, and he also has this questions, and I want to read it, and I want to ask a couple of questions as well. In his letter, Mayor Horwath and Councillor, dated February 7th, Robert Cooper raised some relevant points, including the discrepancy between what the city of Hamilton defines as fully vaccinated, 2 shots, and what the Ministry of Health considers being fully vaccinated, 4 shots. Also, Mr. Cooper notes, and this council I heard before from various experts, that marginalized and racialized communities have experienced barriers to vaccinations. And as such, Mr. Cooper is rightfully asking the city to identify these racialized communities that now face another barrier. This time, it's an artificial barrier created by us, City Hall. My question then to the mayor, to my colleagues, can we answer Mr. Cooper and identify the marginalized and rationalized communities that are being shut out of gainful employment at the city? How do we reconcile these differences between the Ministry of Health threshold for vaccine compared to our city threshold of 2 vaccines? And finally, would any of my councillor colleagues who were on the prevailing side of the motion I brought to last week's GIC be willing to move an action to reconsider? I want to say this, that I want everybody, my council colleagues now that are new, and the ones that were on last term, that we follow, if we follow the recommendation by our staff, by our chief officer, Elizabeth, and our both recommend that we lift this policy. We have lifted one policy that we do not fire them. Now let's lift this policy that says you're welcome to have a job in the city. And also let me remind you that this policy is not inclusive. Honestly, everybody I talk to, and I talk to a lot of people, like I said, I'm the face of this. I've carried the burden. And frankly, it's hard burden to carry, to have people call you and say they do want to apply for the city of Hamilton. They have degrees. They went to university. They have degrees. But they look at our policy and say this is discriminatory. This is unfair. This is not inclusive. And you know what I say? No, our city's inclusive. We brag about it. Equity, equity, equity. Where's the equity in this? I just want council. And council that says, the new council, I respect you. You say you need more information. What kind of information do you need? Ask our HR. Ask our doctor, Dr. Elizabeth. Ask them. You had December, I brought it in. And you know why I brought it really in so quickly? It's because people want to work for the city of Hamilton. I could name you people's name that are wanting to apply, but they don't. So please, would anyone on the prevailing side say, let's reconsider, let's get this behind us, let's move on, let's be inclusive. Can we do that as council? I am tired. I really am tired to bring this up all the time because it weighs on me. I represent not only Ward 7, I represent the city. And I could show you my emails. I don't know if you have been receiving emails, Mayor. You said you want more information. You had December, January to find more information. So please, can I ask you again, reconsider, with one of you would reconsider. I know we need a 2/3 vote to do that. So do we, Clerk?
Through the mayor, right now it would just be a motion to lift it from the information section to put it on the floor.
I would ask that because I want to say that the longer we go, you know, and I want to be clear, COVID is here. Yes, we're not saying it's not here. We have to deal with it, just like masks. Some of us wear masks, some of us don't. It's here. We protect. The vaccination protects you. So please, let's consider this. Thank you.
So are you moving a motion then, Councillor Pauls, to lift?
Yes. Can I put the motion to lift to reconsider?
Thank you. Councillor Pauls is to lift and add. Okay, the motion is to lift and to add this as item 12 on the agenda. Is there a seconder for that motion? To lift. Councillor Jackson. Thank you. Just wanting to understand then, we vote to lift or we wait till item 12? We're voting to lift. Okay. So
this is a required vote on the
sorry?
lift. This is a required vote on the lift, Madam Mayor.
A required vote. And is it a debatable motion?
Yes.
No.
It's not debatable. All right. So then the vote is in front of us, and I'd ask you to identify your vote. The vote to lift is carried 10-6. So this item then is going to be considered as item 12. And is that immediate? Yes, okay. So we're now then at the point where we have that debate with Councillor Paul successfully having lifted, and now go to your actual motion.
Okay, so my motion, I had a shorter version. You want me to read it all, or do we know? I'll read it, no problem. The council approves the recommendation that the city implement mandatory COVID-19 vaccination verification policy attached here to Appendix A as further amended, requiring proof of vaccination in the workplace, including comprehensive testing, education, and communication plan for unvaccinated staff. That Appendix A, as amended as item 4.1 of August 26, 2021 council meeting respecting the report HUR 21008, the mandatory COVID-19 vaccination verification policy, be amended as follows. The paragraphs 1 and 2 of the scope section of Appendix A as amended to be further amended by deleting the words of the City of Hamilton, including full-time, part-time, permanent, temporary, casual, volunteers, students, including members of council, and by adding the words at the lodges, Hamilton Paramedic Service, and Red Hill Child Care Center to read as follows. The policy applies to all employees at the lodges, Hamilton Paramedic Service, the Red Hill Child Care Center. New employees at the lodges, Hamilton Paramedic Service, and Red Hill Child Care Center will be subject to the policy as a condition to their employment contract with the City of Hamilton. It requires employees to be fully vaccinated against the COVID-19 virus and requires employees to provide proof of vaccination satisfactory to the employer. That the operation area subject differential terms and condition requirement new employee section Appendix A as amended to be further amended by deleting bullet point 5 and 6 in their entirety as follows. Operational area subject to differential terms and condition requirement for new employees. That the requirement of members of council addition provision Section A as amended to further amend by adding the following words, that for the and the lodges at Hamilton Paramedic Service and Red Hill Child Care who are still to follow bullet point, read as follows. Requirements of members of council addition provision, providing proof of COVID-19 vaccination status, that the, you know what, this is so long. Basically, we're going to leave the lodges, Hamilton Paramedic Service, and the Red Hill Child Care, and take out all the other ones. So that's basically what it says, because this is 10 pages, so I'm not going to read it all. So I ask again to reconsider. We are an inclusive city, so now, can we debate it now? Okay, so it's on the floor.
I'm sorry. Yes, there's a, so that motion is now on the floor, and just so members of council are following along, if you have your committee report in front of you from the General Issues Report 23006, February 1st, the original motion that Councillor Pauls is reading was on page 8, or sorry, on page 9 of 15. At that in that report, it's item 4.1. So we have a seconder in Councillor
Jackson.
We have a Councillor Francis seconding that motion. And so Councillor Jackson, I believe, is going to speak to the motion. Councillor Jackson, is that correct? Or I'm sorry, I think Councillor Pauls, you've already spoken to it.
I've already spoke on it. I just, my colleague,
have Councillor Jackson then.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Horvath. And again, I'll just very, very briefly say that I want to thank Councillor Pauls. She's been compassionately consistent about the vaccine policy from last term to now. And again, as I said at committee, in a very cursory way, last May, there was a 6-6 tie to not accept the staff recommendation to eventually not terminate the approximate 500 employees. But by September, a majority of the former council had decided to not terminate and accept the HR department's recommendation in that regard, which I was pleased about as well. There was a lot of sympathy, I think, across the corporation for the approximate 500 not to lose
their income from the corporation, many of them with long-standing service and public service to the community and to the citizens of our city. And so, again, I just feel, along with the provincial government of 60,000 employees, the federal government of hundreds of thousands of employees, they don't have the new hire policy. A number of municipalities in Ontario have as well rescinded and repealed. I just think the timing is right for Hamilton to repeal the new hire policy as well. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thanks very much, Councillor Jackson. Next on the list is Councillor Clark, and I would ask that our guests please avoid the participation in the debate. Councillor Danko, please. Or sorry, Councillor Clark, please.
We look alike. It's quite remarkable. We're like twins over here.
I never know whether to go from the bottom or the top of the list.
Oh, that's so true. Mayor, if I may, because I was not present when this vote was taken, I have a couple of questions of our Human Resources Department, if I may. Mayor, I'd like to understand from the Executive Director of Human Resources what the current policy is. And my understanding, I think, was that these required vaccinations for new hires were limited to a number of specific areas in the employment of the city where there is additional risk rather than the entire. Can I just get clarification, please?
Executive Director Fontana, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Clark. The policy as it stands today is that we pause the provisions for termination of employment for those current City of Hamilton employees that did not provide the proof of vaccination. Excuse me. The provisions requiring proof of vaccination for new hires remains for all positions at the City of Hamilton. Mm-hmm. So currently, existing employees that did not provide proof have not been required to do so. Those provisions have been paused. And any new candidates to which we are extending an offer of employment as a provision of their employment with the city, they need to provide proof of the 2 doses of the vaccine.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Do not work. No
please avoid entering into the debate. This is a council meeting. It's the council's job to make the debate. I'm asking, please.
So, Mayor, may I further inquire then? Is there a concern from the Executive Director for Human Resources about the efficacy of the current vaccine 2 doses as it would apply to all of our first-time hires in this municipality?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. E.D. Fontana, please.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I would rely on the judgment of our Medical Officer of Health on that matter. I have heard her speak on the issue, and I would prefer that she speak to it herself. But based on what I have heard to date, I don't necessarily have concerns, but I do rely on her judgment on this matter.
Is the Medical Officer of Health available for a response to Councillor Clark's motion? Oh, there she is, way up at the top. Dr. Richardson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could Councillor Clark repeat the question? I'm not sure I caught it all.
Absolutely. My question is there a concern in this case to you, Dr. Richardson, about the efficacy of the vaccine 2 doses in our current policy for new hires in the city? In other words, are you comfortable that such a policy helps to protect the new hires from COVID-19 based on the 2 vaccinations?
Dr. Richardson?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's difficult to put too fine a point on the issue of number of doses of COVID vaccine because it depends on where and which vaccines that were used. Essentially, at this point, when we consider somebody to be up to date with vaccines, they would have at least had their primary series, which for most of us is 2 doses of vaccine, but not all. For those who are at higher risk, we would expect them to have, or would like from the standpoint of having the highest level of efficacy, for them to have a booster dose within the last 6 months. In Ontario, that is the recommendation, is that all those who are eligible for vaccination, which would include all those who are eligible for booster doses, which would include all those over the age of 18 who would normally be part of our workforce, would be having a booster dose as well as the primary series. There is evidence, and part of the challenge is with the vaccines and the changing variants is that knowing exactly how fast and to what extent protection wanes over time to various variants is something we're all still learning. And so we do know that the protection against the original variants was very strong. We think with a booster dose, you have strong protection from the Omicron variants that are circulating, but all of that continues to be in a place of flux as we understand the vaccinations overall. I'd just add that I think your point about protecting the employee who is vaccinated is an important one to underscore vis-a-vis protecting others.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you for that. Do we at the present time require vaccination certification of our employees for hepatitis per se, tuberculosis, although I'm not sure there is a vaccine for tuberculosis, but I'm aware that tests are required. Measles, all of those things. Do we routinely require vaccination records for all of the different diseases that are viral in nature?
Executive Director Fontana, please.
So through you, Madam Mayor, as a condition of employment to the councillor, no, we don't.
Interesting. Interesting. So can I provide a comment at this point? I indicated earlier, I spent a vacation in Juravinski Hospital recently. I came down with bacterial pneumonia in both lungs and COVID-19, the new strain. I am immunocompromised. I've never made any, I've always been candid with residents that I have rheumatoid arthritis. I take some serious biologic drugs that help me keep my disease in remission. But those drugs lower my immunity differently than everyone else around this table. I have 4 shots. I was recommended by health professionals to get the 4 shots by my rheumatologist. There's issues with how my medical treatment, whether or not that drug acts against the vaccine, thereby lowering the efficacy. So as a result, they continue to encourage additional booster for me. And I have taken every booster that I have been recommended to get. I still got COVID-19. It was a serious infection. But because of the treatment with the 2 different antibiotics for the bacterial infection, and then the treatment with a brand new antiviral called Paxlovid, which is new on the market, and it came on the market in record pace. And let me tell you, that drug has far more side effects than the side effects on COVID-19. very, very serious, and it was nerve-wracking to have to make that decision. But the medical advice that I received with regards to the 4 doses and the Plaxavid, I believe in my mind, enabled me to walk out of that hospital contrary to what other folks were experiencing in that hospital. I used to work for St. Peter's Hospital as a development officer. And you'll remember those days when you were at Queen's Park. When I accepted employment with St. Peter's Hospital, they handed me a document, and the document said, you are required to be vaccinated against hepatitis. I think it was B and C. It was a while ago. I was required to take a test to verify whether or not I had tuberculosis. I was required to take vaccinations for the flu. All of these things were conditions of my employment, whether or not I wanted to work for that hospital or not. It was quite consistent with other hospitals in the province. I raise that because this policy we hear is not foreign in terms of how we try to protect other employees, and at St. Peter's it was patients. In this case, we're protecting other employees and other residents as they are intermingling. If our human resources executive director does not provide me the advice that she wants to take that policy for new hires away and make it clean across the board, and if the Dr. Richardson doesn't provide me with the advice that that would be an amicable thing to do, and it would be the proper thing to do based on the most recent science, then I'm left in a position and in a quandary as to whether or not I should continue to support this vaccination program or not. I'm having to make that judgment without that advice, and that bothers me. So I'll leave my comments at that, and I'd like to hear from my other colleagues.
Thanks so much, Councillor Clark. Councillor Danko, please, and just so that councillor and councillors are aware, as well as the public, I've been trying to time the amount of time that the councillor is speaking, rather than the entire topic being timed, and so just taking away the time that staff are responding to councillors' comments. So please go ahead, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll try to be brief because I don't want to reiterate the whole discussion that we've previously had on this item several times. First of all, the report from staff was conclusive that there is the mandatory vaccine policy for new hires is reasonable. That's been found by the courts. That's been staff's position. That is in the report. 2, mandatory vaccination policy has no impact on recruitment for new hires. Quote, human resources has not encountered challenges with respect to recruitment and retention as a result of the vaccine policy. That is a conclusive statement by staff in terms of the impact on recruitment, has no impact. I think the arguments that are brought forward that the policy is not effective because being vaccinated is 2 vaccines. So can I ask through you to staff, I believe the definition from the province of Ontario for vaccinated, to be considered vaccinated, is 2 vaccines. So we're following the provincial guidelines or regulations in terms of the definition of vaccinated versus unvaccinated.
It's not a vaccine. Can I hear from Dr. Richardson, please?
Through you, Mayor. So in terms of the definition for fully vaccinated, those did change as the vaccine recommendations changed. And so they went from using the terminology of fully vaccinated to using the terminology of staying up to date for vaccination. And so what that means for those who are not able to have a booster dose is that they would have completed their primary series, which may be 2 or 3 doses. And for those who are 5 years and older, what that would mean is to have completed their primary series and had a booster dose in the last 6 months.
Okay.
Councillor Janko?
Thank you. So, on the argument that the policy is not effective because it doesn't include booster doses, if we were truly concerned about the policy, then we would move to improve the policy to include booster doses. But that is not what's being asked. Instead, it's being, well, the policy is not effective, therefore we need to scrap the entire thing. And frankly, I find that position to be somewhat disingenuous. So just going back to, the purpose of why we're here today, and I reiterate my position that this is not about the actual policy, it's not about vaccinations, it's about the messaging that COVID is over and vaccines are no longer important. So for those reasons, I think as a municipality, we have an obligation to hold ourselves to a higher standard and to lead by example. And the fact is that COVID is not over, and we need to do everything that we can as a municipality to, as I said, lead by example. And the messaging in this in particular is important. And just finally, just before I wrap up, as from the beginning, I would support a deferral of this item to Q3 of 2023 procedurally. If it fails today, this item is off the table and will require a 2/3 majority to bring back. Procedurally, it would be better if that didn't happen. However, again, our hand is being forced, and we're being forced to vote on this motion as it stands. So I will be opposed. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mayor. I just a couple questions for Dr. Richardson, just for so I'm clear. When we talk about the policy from the province and what they state is someone who would be fully vaccinated, you're saying it's 2 doses and a booster in the last 6 months. But I just want to go back to say that's a recommendation from the province, correct?
That's to Dr. Richardson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. Those are recommendations. They're not requirements.
Okay, so I'm not here saying we don't need a policy. We don't want to be leaders. We don't want to be protecting people. But what would be wrong with a recommendation of 2 shots and a booster, as opposed to mandating people take 2 or 3 or 4? My next question is around transmission. So if a new hire in the city has 2 vaccines and another employee, like how more transmittable is the disease from, or the infection from someone who doesn't have? So we have a snack bar attendant who was previously hired before the pandemic. They don't have to be vaccinated, so they're not. And then we have a new hire who is vaccinated. How does that protect one from the transmission? I'm trying to understand transmission. I understand protecting yourself, and I'm glad it helped Councillor Clark because I like Councillor Clark. I like you too, sir. Thank you. I just wanted to make that on the record. Some people don't think that, but I want to know about how the transmission works, please.
Dr. Richardson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I did want to just correct or address something that Councillor Clark had said earlier about myself and the executive director and advice on the policy. And so just going back to our advice that was provided some time ago from myself and Public Health Services was that it was reasonable to pause the policy in its entirety. So I just wanted to make sure that that was correctly stated in terms of what my position had been. And I don't know, Laura, you'd have to ask her directly in terms of what hers might be. But and the issue of transmission is part of the reason for that. We think there may be some benefit to vaccination in terms of reducing transmission. Again, when it comes to the virus, the changes that are happening with the virus, the vaccines that we have, and the evolution of the vaccines, this is all dynamic and in play. The greatest protection is for the individual in terms of the disease that they're going to experience. And so that is where it plays the greatest benefit. The reason why places like long-term care facilities, paramedics, Red Hill, which serves a special needs population, would be included in the policy is because they serve people who are at higher risk. And so the stakes are higher, if you will, in those settings, and the reason why, continuing a policy there might be worthwhile. But when it comes to sort of generally including it, just as with the recommendation now of vaccination that's offered from the Ontario Immunization Committee and the Chief Medical Officer of Health, as well as a strong recommendation for those who are at highest risk, that is where it stands at this point, is around the issue of recommendation rather than requirement. And from a transmission standpoint, we can't, we're not certain as to how much of a role it plays, but it's likely small. Well, it's definitely much smaller than it was at the beginning of the pandemic.
Thank you for that, Doctor, and through you, Chair. Just want to make a couple more points. So, would a recommendation as opposed to a mandate be detrimental to the City of Hamilton and our employees?
Director Fontana?
So through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure I'm clear on the question. A recommendation of what, Councillor?
Please leave the council floor. Please leave the council floor. You can provide that information outside, please. Thank you. Thanks, Julie. Thank you. Director Fontana.
I'll repeat the question, Mayor. I don't believe so. What I'm asking is, if we had a recommended approach to the vaccine, any vaccine, if we recommend as opposed to mandate, how does that negatively affect the City of Hamilton? How does that negatively affect our employees? How is that detrimental to the City of Hamilton if we had a recommended vaccination policy? These are all the vaccines we would like you to have because we feel they're important. We feel they protect you. We feel it's in your best interest from a health perspective, as opposed to saying you have to have these.
I don't know that it's a question that the director can answer. It seems to me more of a philosophical perspective, but Director Fontana, if you wish to respond, it's certainly.
So through you, Madam Mayor, thank you. I think the recommended approach, Councillor Spadafora, is what we have right now for our existing employees. It's a requirement for new hires, so how does it adversely affect us for new hires? Again, we haven't been experiencing any significant restrictions or challenges with new hires. But having said that, we don't know what we don't know, and I said that last week in terms of do we have folks that are not applying because they know that they're not vaccinated and they're just not bothering to apply. So I don't know that. But I would say that it's not really different than what we have right now. It's recommended. It's not a requirement for our existing employees.
Okay, and just, I guess, last couple comments for me, Mayor, is so we're recommending vaccinations to current employees that were with us, but we are unwilling to recommend this exact same thing to new hires. For new hires, we are going to mandate the things we're recommending to our previous employees. And the last thing I think that is extremely important for me is Dr. Richardson's comments around transmission and around how it, the main, I guess, success of the vaccine is for oneself as opposed to transmission. So thank you for that, Doctor.
Thanks, Councillor Spadafora. Now, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Horvath, and to my colleagues. As stated the last time and the many times this has been debated, I will not support the effort to change our policy on this. Mayor Horvath, vaccines have become a victim of their own success. And to be sure, vaccines are successful. The reason we don't require proof of polio, measles, etc., is because there was a concerted effort in wealthy countries, because we had the access to and the education of to get vaccinated. And unfortunately, there are parts of this world where they don't have that privilege, and therefore they don't have that access. But interestingly, those very dangerous and life-threatening diseases are reemerging. And that reemergence, Mayor Horvath, begs the question of what is the responsibility? Is it the same or is it heightened for public agents like ourselves? We are the Board of Health. We have a heightened responsibility to underscore that pandemics are a collective crisis. They are not beginning as an individual crisis. And ironically, we are able to have this debate right now and meet in this chamber right now because an overwhelming majority of Hamiltonians and Canadians believed and took this responsibility for themselves and each other seriously, and they got vaccinated. Ironically, that we can be here today because it is first and foremost a public health issue. When I hear comments, Mayor Horvath, like, I know my own health, I've done my own research, good for you. But we are part of a collective. And we are responsible also for each other. And those communities and those countries who have access to wealth and modern medicine, those who leaned into their community enterprise and responsibility were able to rebound much faster. We heard last week a report issued by academics showing the cost of uncertainty and an unwillingness to vaccinate. I would say that if the reason for objecting to this policy is that vaccines don't protect us at this point, and they are a constraint to hire, then you should be moving to apply this policy to all parts of this organization, including paramedics, including the Red Hill, and including our long-term care. And the mover of the motion said that's her next step. Then do it now. Do it now. But we don't do that because those people living there are more precarious, as are lots of members in this community. We are a public-facing organization. It is our responsibility to act distinctly and differently from the private sector. I will heed the advice, and I will heed my commitment to public health, and I will not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Now, Councillor Alex Wilson, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And through you, I really just want to underscore a comment that my colleague Councillor Wilson just made, that pandemics are a collective crisis, yet our response has been anything but. When we look at the federal, the provincial, and the municipal jurisdictions, the way community partners have come in, it is clear that there are contradictions, and it's clear that those contradictions are making people frustrated and upset as we see these contradictions, as we see differences. Does that mean that our job is to just go forward and do the simplest thing? I don't think so. I think in the face of these contradictions, in the face of multiple governments failing to kind of have a whole system approach, and in fact many levels of government having a COVID is over, a COVID is manageable approach, something that is not evidence-based, we know that there's room for our city to take a new role, room for leadership here. Something I keep hearing and something I've heard from lots of folks is that I think there's widespread agreement around this room that this tool, that this policy, we need to evolve our use of it. And I think I'm hearing almost near consensus on that. What isn't, where we don't have consensus, where I'm hearing disagreement through you, Mayor, is this the way to do that? Is this how we transition our policy? And I would have welcomed a motion that talked more about the public health considerations, about our messaging, about increased supports to make sure that our workplace is safe. We know clean air, clean indoor air is increasingly becoming how we keep people safe when we have conversations about COVID. So with all due respect, I kind of want to echo the comments from some of my colleagues that we're not having a conversation about whether or not this is an effective tool. We're having a much more political conversation, and I don't think that's really appropriate. If we want to have a conversation about our use of what are the best tools, what are the best policies, let's do that. Let's do that in a whole system approach, and I don't see that in this motion, so I have no way I can support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. We next have Councillor Francis on the list.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, just to touch on what we talked about last week, through you to Director Fontana of HR, people see this policy and they don't apply. Can I just understand, why would anybody apply if they know the policy is in place? Like, do we truly know the numbers of people that aren't applying? I know that you said it's like 5 people applied and they couldn't get a job. Could you reiterate that for me, please?
Executive Director Fontana, please.
So through you, Madam Mayor, as I indicated earlier, I don't have a sense of the number of people that didn't apply because they were not vaccinated, as they would be fully aware of our vaccine policy and the requirement for the 2 doses as a condition of employment. So I don't know that number.
Councillor Francis.
Thank you. I'm going to keep it brief, but we've heard so many times over the past few months about staff retention, attracting new staff and new talent. We can't continue to complain about obtaining staff if we have this barrier in place. I'm not suggesting that this is the only barrier that's in place. Everyone's dealing with a lot of these same issues, but it's one more barrier that's preventing people from obtaining employment with the City of Hamilton. It doesn't make sense anymore. And like I said last week, and I'll say it again, you can get on an airplane. You can fly anywhere in Canada, almost anywhere in the world, no mask, no vaccine, but God forbid you come down here and pick up garbage as a city employee. God forbid you go and drive a Zamboni as a city employee. This vaccine policy makes no sense anymore. I will not be supporting this. And by the admission of other people in this room that are suggesting a booster shot, move that motion. You're admitting that this policy is no longer effective. So you can't support, you should not vote to support this motion either. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. I'd once again please ask the gallery to not engage in the debate. We are now on to Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Just want to restate from the last meeting that I've had 4 shots, probably have a 5th, followed the science, and I choose to continue to do that. Shouldn't heckle someone that may be trying to support the motion. We could intervene into the health outcomes in other areas if we so choose. And I see this as an intervention that we've chosen where we are signaling to potential new hires that we require you to do this because we believe that it has a beneficial outcome for you. We've learned through the Chief Medical Officer that this is primarily about individual health outcomes, improving one's individual health through vaccination. We could, as an employer, insist on a myriad of potential improvements to health outcomes in other areas. There's a lot of other things that are not going away, and I agree, COVID's not going away. But neither is diabetes, neither is cancer, neither is the flu, neither is heart disease. And we don't insist on any intervention to try to change the health outcomes in those areas. And I'm not sure why we're focused on this one particular outcome when there are so many other outcomes that we effectively turn a blind eye to, knowing that we could make changes to improve individual health outcomes elsewhere. And so I think that inconsistency is rubbing on me. And I'm going to continue to support Councillor Paul's motion on this based on that very fact-based analysis that I'd like to offer, Madam Mayor.
Thanks so much, Councillor Beattie. Councillor.
As I believe we've exhausted the first-time speakers list, I'd like to call the question.
In fact, I would like to speak to this as
sure,
well.
I'll
So
call it
I
after
thought
you.
I was waiting until as appropriate until the.
I'll call it after. I'll call it after you.
Thanks very much. Can I ask Councillor Nan to please take the chair?
Certainly, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I first want to say that this is a very fraught debate and a fraught discussion, and there are many folks who have very strong opinions, and I do appreciate that people are here to listen to and watch the discussion that has been taking place. I do, though, wish to refer this item, and I have a motion then to refer with instructions. And it reads as follows: that the medical officer of health prepare. So it's a motion to refer, and the instructions are that the medical officer of health prepare a report for General Issues Committee on the efficacy of the existing staff vaccination policy from a medical and science-based analysis that includes a recommendation on whether to renew the policy in its current form, update the policy, remove the policy for all or certain parts of the organization, or any other recommendations that the medical officer of health sees fit to make. So that's a referral motion. Councillor Nan, it's in your hands.
Thank you, Mayor. And your seconder?
Seconded by Councillor Clark.
Thank you. And so the motion for referral is on the floor, moved and seconded. So clerk's referrals are open for discussion.
No, it's referrals are non-debatable, I believe.
Non-debatable? I thought that was deferral.
To the chair.
Sorry.
Sorry, to the chair, just on the instructions.
Absolutely. Yeah, just, okay, the instructions are debatable. Oh, sorry, I'm not the chair.
Yeah, no problem. It's hard, right? Switching hats all the time. So the clarity is there from clerks. Colleagues, anybody indicating to speak? And if clerks could confirm, my apologies, I cannot see the speakers list.
Councillor Nan, Councillor Nan. Councillor Pauls wishes to speak on the instructions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor. You have 5 minutes.
Before the instruction, and I appreciate the mayor putting that. And if this, my motion fails, obviously, I'd like to continue this. But my name was on the second time speaker, and I just wanted to clarify something. And when Councillor Cameron said he wanted to call the question, I still have the right to speak.
Councillor Pauls, so right now what is duly moved and seconded as on the floor is a referral motion with instructions. Your ability to speak right now is on the instructions that are before you.
Thank you for that, but I want to make sure that I'm able to speak on the first one, because my name was on it to speak.
You won't be, no, because it's been moved and seconded, and the motion is being referred with directions, with instructions. So what is on the table right now, Councillor, and I'm not trying to silence you, I want to be very clear, I'm just trying to provide you with clear direction as acting chair in this moment about what we are what is appropriate for discussion right now on the table. So it's on the instructions of
and again,
referral.
I'm a little bit confused. When my name's on before any other motion is been put, I am able to speak.
Councillor,
now,
just to clarify again, as your chair in this moment, right? You would have been a second-time speaker. Councillor Crutch was a first-time speaker. Our practice around this table that you also follow is all first-time speakers are exhausted before second-time speakers. The mayor indicated. The mayor also waited until first-time speakers list was exhausted to then indicate that the mayor was interested in bringing something forward. That's legit. That is within procedural conduct. So I'm sorry. You were down for a second time, and the mayor was a first-time speaker and brought forward referral with instructions. So do you have comments or questions related to the instructions? Thank you.
I have a question on the instructions. through you, Chair. Just trying to understand, like, what GIC are we talking about bringing this to? Sorry, like, are we talking about? Sorry, could I get some clarity on that?
So you're seeking time frame. If I could through you, or no, it's me. So staff with clarity on time frame. Thank you.
I'm assuming that's to me through the chair. My sense was that there would be some work that would be necessary from the medical officer of health, and so that we would bring it to the next general. So in general issues committee, I would think in Q3. I guess I look to the medical officer of health in terms of what the timing would be required.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Q2 would be reasonable, which would be by the end of June.
Thank you. So there you go, Councillor. Q2 this year.
Okay, I thank you for the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on the instructions for the referral motion?
I'm just, can I say something about the instruction? So in June, I just want, we followed the Board of Health and we had the results. We know the answer. So I was wondering if we could get it sooner than June, if I could ask the medical officer. Because we are in a hiring process right now. We are screaming to the world. We need
Councillor, I got your question. So to the staff. So it was previously identified as Q2 2023 as being a reasonable time frame for the report. Doctor?
Through you, Madam Chair, with our given status right now with the volume of work and being short-staffed with a medical officer, I couldn't promise anything sooner than that, but we will have it back as soon as we're able.
Much appreciated. Councillor?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the instructions or questions on the instructions? Okay. I have a view of the whole chambers. I don't see anybody indicating, and I don't see new pink pieces of paper on the table. So it's been duly moved and seconded by the mayor and seconded by Councillor Clark. And it is before committee for vote. Referral with instructions. I'm just waiting for tabulation. And that carries 13-3. Back to you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nan, our chairman. I appreciate that. I think now we are back, if I'm not mistaken, to the balance of the report. I don't know if there are any further speakers or issues that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately in the report. Seeing none, then, can we please have folks indicate your vote on the balance of the report? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Clark.
My apologies. I don't know how I missed this. In item 8 of the general issues meeting, it looks like it's the Ontario Land Tribunal appeal respecting the rural and urban Hamilton official plans. Is that in regards to the Elfrida Growth District? I'm not sure who can answer that question, but if it is, I may have a conflict.
I don't see anybody in chambers right now. Solicitor Shields can respond. Thanks, Solicitor Shields. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. It is Mike Kovacevic has carriage of this file, and he is on the call. So I'm just looking for him to weigh in here. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, if the question could be repeated, I would appreciate it.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you. Is item 8 on the GIC agenda, the Land Tribunal appeals, is that respecting the original appeal with regards to the Elfrida Growth District?
It's the report that refers to the UHOP and RHOP appeals. It would refer to the urban boundary issue within those appeals, which included the Elfrida question, Councillor Clark.
So it's the whole ball of wax.
Okay, so on that basis, then I would have to declare a non-disqualifying conflict of interest as the principal of one of the planning organizations is representing some clients that are involved with the Elfrida Growth District. But if it's the entire class of the City of Hamilton, then I would have a non-disqualifying conflict of interest, but I want to put it on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, so then you would be able to vote on the item with a non-disqualifying interest. All right, then, thank you. Councillor McMeekin? No? Okay.
No.
So thank you. All right, then we can then I think go then to the vote. Can folks please indicate your vote on the balance of the report, please? Thanks very much. That carries 16-0. I'm just wanting to check in with council members if there's a need for a nature break or a lunch break or anything of that nature at this point. People feeling like maybe we take a break? We finish the reports? There's only one left? Okay, we'll take the last report and then we'll do that. Thank you so much. Item 6.4, Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 23-002, February 2nd, 2023. Councillor Crutch, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report?
I'll move by myself and hope it's okay, Vice Chair Councillor Huang will second it, that the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 23-002, being the meeting held on Thursday, February the 2nd, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. Are there any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none then, thank you. Please, we'll have the vote then. Please indicate your vote now on the report because I really need a nature break. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We'll take a half an hour. I believe there's probably lunch available for the council members, or so half an hour, 30 minutes of a break. So that brings us to 12:35. So back at 12:35, please. Moved by Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. And please, please indicate your vote. This is to have a recess for 30 minutes. What a morning. Thanks, everyone. That carries 16-0. See you in about half an hour. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We have quorum. We are now on to the point where we rise from Committee of the Whole. So, Councillor Spatafora, may I have a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole, please?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to move that motion that we rise and report.
Thanks very much. The vote is seconded by, seconded
Councillor
by
Crutch.
Councillor Crutch. And can you please indicate your votes? Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Okay, that's carried 13-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to motions. Section 7, 7.1, the motion restructuring the Board of Health revised. As this motion is to amend the procedural bylaw, Council will have to waive the notice as per bylaw 07-351, a bylaw to adopt and maintain a policy with respect to the provision of public notice. Councillor Crutch, may I have the motion to waive the notice provision?
So moved.
And that's seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson.
I'll speak to it.
Yes, you can go ahead and speak to your motion.
So I have a motion here today to waive the notice for the procedural bylaw, which is my understanding is a couple of weeks notice is required so we can put notices up, and one of those things is primarily the newspaper, getting an ad in there is a time for that. So this really is about saying, hey, we're not going to take the time to put the ad in the newspaper. That's what this is really about. Again, didn't really know like last time that there wouldn't be enough time. That's my fault. I'm learning that we need really 3 whole meetings of space between these things, which I didn't get to do it. This is the exact same motion type that Councillor Spatafora moved on December 7th. So Mayor Horwath could be General Issues Committee Chair for the first 3 months of Council. Same situation. But saying that, I realize some people feel like we need to put that ad in the paper, right? So what I'm going to say right now is, if anyone here, please speak if this is the case. If anyone here would like us to not do this and put the ad in the paper, and that's an important part of the process we think we need to stick to here, fine. I'll bring this back on the March 29th City Council agenda, where we'll require no notice, and we can put the ad in the papers, plenty of time to do it. Just want to seek that from my colleagues. Happy to be collegial about it. Happy to move my motion to the March 29th Council agenda, which is the next council, by the way. Oh, no?
So do you mean February?
Oh, no, I mean, we need that much notice because it's the next one where there would be notice. So if anyone's like, no, the paper thing needs to go in the paper, fine. I'll withdraw and bring it back.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I just want to state that procedural motion or procedural guideline that we have that requires a public notice, it's not simply about putting an ad in the paper. It's about giving notice to the public so that the public has the opportunity to reach out to their councillors if they have a concern and they can provide their advice. That's what that notice is about when we're dealing with bylaws. So it's important that we be aware as we move forward that from time to time we tend to waive the rules or try to waive the rules because it's more convenient for the councillors around the table. But it's not about the convenience of the councillors. It's about ensuring that the public is aware that this decision is about to be made at a council meeting where they do not have the ability to come forward and speak to the matter. And so I just wanted, it's a subtle nuance, but that's why those things are there. Thank you.
So there are no further speakers to Councillor Crutch's motion. I would imagine if you're wanting to speak a second time, you're welcome to do so, and then we will be voting on the motion that you've put forward, which requires a 2/3 majority.
Great. So I just want to be clear if anyone is opposed. I'm still not hearing that. I'm not sure if Councillor Clark, if you were saying, hey, I think we should be giving this notice, and I'm opposed to this motion going forward. I just want to be very transparent up front, do this in a kind of collegial way, right? Like, let's not have in my opinion, let's not have a vote on the subject when we could just be like, yeah, I have a problem with this and I want this proper notice to happen. Again, we did this exact same thing of waiving the notice once this term of council, so just again, framing that way so people understand what's here. I just don't want the actual motion itself. I want anyone here to make their decision based on the motion itself because of this procedural element. I think that would be undemocratic, and I don't want to be responsible for that. So if anyone here is like, hey, my decisions about whether I approve this Board of Health thing are going to be about the procedure, please speak now. I'm happy to move it. But like, that's the ask of transparency from my colleagues I'm asking for in this moment. I want to be clear about that.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, did you indicate you wanted to speak second?
Yeah, I'll take Councillor Kretsch up on his offer. I am nervous about the motion that you're proposing, not the motion that's before us at the moment. I think there is a better approach to it, which would be to create an advisory committee of experts in the medical health field and a diversified advisory panel that would provide advice on everything that's coming before the Board of Health to the Board of Health. And that enables us to have that advice moving forward. We need to ensure that as we move forward, we have some of the legislative authority that's required to make some of these changes. And I think this would be a stepping stone to perhaps a future change where we would have a standalone Board of Health, for example.
Okay, I just wanted to mention to councillors that, in fact, the motion on the table is not Councillor Kretsch's actual motion on the Board of Health changes. It is, in fact, a motion to waive the rules. And so on that motion, from what I hear from Councillor Clark, with the embellishment around the actual motion on the Board of Health itself, is that you're indicating that in fact you have a problem with the process and would prefer that this be held off until proper notice is provided. Is that correct?
I was just responding to Councillor Kretsch. I'm going to vote against waiving the rules in this manner.
Okay.
And my concern is the process as we move forward. So I just wanted to be candid with the good councillor because he asked for that.
Absolutely. All right. So Councillor Kretsch, back to you.
Thank you so much. So I'll withdraw my motion today, both. And I'm going to say this out loud just so I'm clear because it's like, hard. I'll bring it back in time for the March 29th, and I guess I can just send an email to you saying that. Is that fine? I don't know. Oh, that's what you're saying. So having a motion to refer would help you. It's like what I'm trying to do, but I'm doing the bad way, and you're saying the good way. So okay, I'll move to refer this item to the March 29th City Council meeting, so proper notice can be whatever done.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Danko.
The motion to waive the rules has been moved and seconded. It is duly on the floor, and our procedural bylaw requires that a vote be taken.
I can withdraw it.
Can I get some direction from the clerk in terms of an ability to withdraw a motion once it's been duly moved and seconded?
Through the mayor to Councillor Danko, if the councillor withdraws the motion, because he is the mover of the motion, he can withdraw.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Councillor Kretsch is withdrawing the motion and referring the matter?
Yeah.
So that's a motion then of referral. So withdrawing of the motion and referring the matter to a future council meeting.
March 29th, council.
March 29th.
Correct. To the mayor to Councillor Kretsch, we'll work with the councillor to get that on the agenda.
All right. So then we have, that's the motion before us, the referral motion. No, it's not the referral motion.
Sorry, through the
There's nothing
to the
before
mayor,
us.
He has withdrawn the motion. We'll work with him to get it back on the agenda.
Okay, so he doesn't need to put a formal referral forward?
He's withdrawn the waiving of the notice.
Yes.
So that withdraws his motion completely.
We'll just do it offline. Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so it's no longer before us. All right, that's helpful. So then we now move on to item 7.2, if I'm not mistaken. Item 7.2, Light Rail Transit Subcommittee. Councillor Maureen Wilson, would you please present your motion?
My pleasure to do so. Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Danko that Councillor Nan be appointed to the Light Rail Transit Subcommittee for the remainder of the 2022-2026 term of council.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Oh, Councillor Cretch. Oh, your name is up there, so I don't. Oh, that's from yesteryear. Okay. All right. Seeing no discussion, the vote is going to come up, and I'd ask folks to indicate your vote, please. It's not coming up. There it is. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Next, item 7.3, Hamilton 100 Committee. Councillor Beattie, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Motion is by myself, seconded by Councillor Matt Francis, with regards to the Hamilton 100 Committee, whereas Council is designated 2 elected officials to serve on the city's representatives on the Hamilton 100 Committee, as per the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Hamilton and the Hamilton 100 Commonwealth Games Bid Corporation. Therefore, be it resolved that Councillor Pauls be appointed to the Hamilton 100 Committee for the remainder of the 2022-2026 term of council.
Is there any discussion? Thank you so much. Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Pauls.
No,
oh, Councillor
Francis.
Okay.
I just want to say something.
Sure, absolutely. It's now up for discussion. Councillor Pauls, please go ahead.
It's a privilege to be on the committee again. It's been going on for almost 5 years. I got to know all the participants, and it's a pleasure to work with them and to make sure that the Hamilton 100 Committee has a representative on it. And it's a pleasure, and thank you for nominating me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you very much. Always appreciative of a colleague who's willing to serve. I would just like a little refresher, if I could, through the chair, of the responsibilities of individuals who are serving in this capacity on behalf of council, please and thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I'm not sure. GM Thorne, please, can respond.
Yes, through the chair, I was actually going to refer, I believe Carrie Brooks Joyner, the Director of Tourism and Culture, is on the WebEx, I believe, so she can give a bit of a background.
Director Brooks Joyner, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for your question, Councillor Wilson. The city's representative is one of many representatives on the Hamilton 100 Advisory Committee. The responsibilities of the councillor and other community representatives is to provide advice and guidance to the Hamilton 100 Corporation as they develop their hosting proposal for the potential hosting of the Commonwealth Games in 2030 in Hamilton. It is an advisory role completely.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you very much for that information. I guess through you, Chair, in providing, I wrote it down, in providing advice and guidance to the corporation as the corporation develops its hosting proposal, what do they use to inform their advice and their guidance?
Carrie?
Through the chair, to be fair, it is a committee that has been created by Hamilton 100 for their purposes. It is not a city committee, so any processes that are in place are wholly the design of Hamilton 100 for their own needs. I don't have any details on the processes of the meetings. Staff do not receive, for example, the agendas or minutes, and we are not involved in a supporting role to that committee whatsoever.
Councillor Wilson?
Therein lies my challenge, in that we have a member of this body stepping into a process that is not owned by this body, whom is bearing the burden and the responsibility and the privilege of providing advice and guidance, but on what basis and on what authority, I am not clear. And respectfully, there is a distinct difference between doing those things and exercising your responsibilities, and that is distinct and different, and I don't mean this the way, than being a champion of something. So I'm looking once more to staff to confirm that this body has not therefore set out any advice or guidance that can be used by the member who is party to a governance model that is separate and apart from this deliberative body, which would give deliberation, guidance, and advice for the member. Because I don't want this, I just want to be clear on the authority that will be exercised in the input provided to this body. Thank you. To staff.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. GM Thorne?
Yes, through the chair, I'll start and then Carrie can add to it. And for council's information, we do actually have an update report on the Commonwealth Games coming to the next General Issues Committee, so we'll be able to give a bit more of a fulsome update at that time. There are some general principles that were approved in the last term of council. They're sort of high-level principles in terms of the involvement in the games. I can ask Carrie to kind of speak to those a little bit more specifically, but beyond that, as Carrie said, this is it's an advisory role. I don't think a lot dissimilar to other sort of advisory roles that members of council might sit on. But I'll maybe go to Carrie in terms of those principles that have been discussed in the previous council.
Please go ahead, Carrie.
Through the chair, I'm a little bit drowning in reference paperwork in front of me, but I mean, the staff are very aware of the principles the previous council put forward as being the guiding framework for conversations with Hamilton 100. For example, that it'd be a very inclusive process, that housing be considered a priority, and council has and staff have been very mindful of the incremental approvals that council has put in place, and not to exceed those authorities in working with Hamilton 100. I can also confirm that Hamilton 100 has been very respectful and mindful of those limitations in staff authority in their working relationship with staff as they have moved forward in the development of the hosting proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
So just so I'm clear, we have guiding principles. You're reading from those guiding principles. Are those principles that are guiding, sorry, Mayor Horvath, are those principles that are guiding staff, or are those principles and/or are those principles that are to guide all members of this committee, or in this case, a colleague member who is willing to serve. So is the expectation then that my colleague will be there to advance a housing component in this exercise? I'm just trying to understand the parameters of the members' responsibilities.
Carrie, did you want to respond?
Yes, through the chair, if you would please indulge me with just a moment as I am looking through the documents to be able to share in far more accurate detail the principles that that council has been put in place. Thank you. I have located them. The principles were to celebrate Hamilton's legacy, and particular to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the initial British Games held in Hamilton in 1930. So that was honoring the centenary celebration. And in alignment with the city's vision to be the best place to raise a child and age successfully, plans, values, and priorities, including commitment to equality, diversity, accessibility, tolerance, green and climate change initiatives, social procurement and social housing, and the strategic plan and the indoor recreational and outdoor master plan were to be referenced. The principles also include enhancing Hamilton's reputation, identity, and civic pride, to maximize investment in Hamilton wherever possible, to utilize existing facilities in the city of Hamilton where appropriate, and engage in public and private partnerships where appropriate, and lastly, to identify and create long-term legacy projects that will facilitate serving the needs of the Hamilton community. So those principles have guided the staff interaction with Hamilton 100 and the information that staff have provided as input to their process. It's my understanding that the advisory committee is a far more, I'd say, high level and is providing information about community strengths, weaknesses, is facilitating opening doors, and is supporting the process at a far less detailed level than the working relationship with staff.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I appreciate that, that information very much. My confusion still, unless I misheard, the council member is responsible. I thought I heard a reference to social procurement. Well, this body doesn't have a policy on social procurement as of to date. I don't believe we set it out as a goal. We don't have it. So I thought I heard earlier through the chair a reference to housing, but I didn't hear it one in the second. I neither want to set up any member of this body for failure, but I want to be clear on if they're representing this body on behalf of this body, what their responsibilities are in exercising that duty. And I'm not clear on that. So thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson, and thanks, Carrie, for your feedback. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask that we defer this motion until we receive the report back from our staff. That report can include the memorandum of understanding and the current status on everything. I'm cognizant of the fact that we have a significant number of new councillors here who may not have received any of that information, and they may feel uncomfortable in putting Councillor Pauls in a position where she has to represent the city, but they don't understand what those contracts are and the MOUs are. I think that would be fair. So I would like to defer this until Can I ask General Manager Thorne, when was that GIC that he was bringing it forward?
Thank you. General Manager Thorne, please.
Through the chair, I'm just going to look to Carrie Tanada if I get this correct, but I believe it's actually on your next agenda, which is next week, I think, is it not?
Perfect. So we defer it a week until the report comes forward, and then we can make an informed decision. And if we feel so inclined, we can then appoint Councillor Pauls. I know she has served well on the previous committee, but let's catch everyone up and move forward from there. That would be my suggestion. I hope I can get a seconder.
The motion to defer, there's no debate if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry?
The motion on the floor is a referral because we're referring it to another governing body.
So it's a referral, not a deferral.
It's a referral, not a deferral, sorry.
So it's moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Kretsch, that we refer this to the next GIC meeting, at which point there will be a presentation on Hamilton 100. That's the vote that's before us. Are there any speakers on the instructions for the referral? Seeing none, I'll ask you to please submit your votes. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much, all. We're now on to item 7.4, Stony Creek Historical Society. Councillor Francis, would you please present your motion and make sure that they're printing those T-shirts?
Just the kid from Stony Creek, that one?
Just
Yeah,
a
there
kid
you go.
from Stony Creek. Go ahead, please.
So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie, and I guess thirded by Councillor Brad Clark, if that's a thing. Whereas the Stony Creek Historical Society's mission is preserving, recording, and capturing the history of Stony Creek, the Stony Creek Historical Society is the steward of local reference, library, and archive consisting of historical documents, records, and photos. Whereas the Stony Creek Historical Society is supportive of the events and programs of the City of Hamilton's Battlefield House Museum and Park, and whereas the City of Hamilton has a compensation agreement with the GFL Environmental Inc., formerly Terra Pure Environmental, for the city's local infrastructure projects and charitable initiatives within the former city of Stony Creek. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that $1,500 be allocated from the Stony Creek Compensation Royalties Terra Pure Landfill Reserve 117036 to the Stony Creek Historical Society to support some unexpected operating costs, and B, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Did you want to speak to your motion at all?
The Stony Creek's Historical Society, Councillor Beattie and I just recently met with them. They've got a lot of challenges in front of them, and they're obviously a very important part of our community. Stony Creek is very unique. It's very old. I'd say one of the oldest communities in our country with rich history, and fully support preserving that history. So.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Francis. Councillor Beattie?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Although my colleague to the right did note that not as old as Ancaster, I think, and you should be careful what you say out loud. I seconded this, and just want to highlight for members of council that the funding source is a dedicated revenue source from, it's kind of a carryover from the previous municipality of Stony Creek, continues forward in perpetuity. So these funds are earmarked for projects as my colleague is bringing forward, including this organization within the former boundaries of the municipality.
Thanks very much. And I just want to make sure that Councillor Kretsch is on the speakers list. So please go ahead.
Thank you, and I don't object to the motion. I'm in favor of it. However, I'd like to speak to, just briefly to the context here, right? We're in a situation where there's area rating funds that exist. As I'm learning, there are Flamborough funds, and there are Stony Creek funds, and there are Legacy of the Old Municipality that's continuing on funds. There's all these funds, right? And I guess I just want to add, like, you said two things in your remarks, Councillor Francis. It's an important part of our community and it's very old, and I could use that to describe just a lot of organizations, right? And so when I'm thinking about the funds I have access to support an important part of our community that's very old, the downtown core, for instance, I'm held to all these kinds of standards with respect to, oh, okay, is it an infrastructure-related cost? Is it a social infrastructure-related cost? Is it fall into the grants, this, that, and the other window, right? And so I'm just flagging that, like, this feels to me like, oh, okay, we're doing something a little bit different here. And so every time we're doing something a bit different, I just want to flag that and say, okay, hey, are we setting a precedent? What's the context of this conversation? I don't have any questions for staff. I'm just flagging that when we continue to approve things that come forward, because I know that there are unexpected operating costs for neighborhood associations in Ward 2 is a great example, right? Those things aren't attached actually to infrastructure dollars, though. They might just be something that they didn't expect that was coming up, just like the Stoney Creek Historical Society is facing. Many reasons for these things. That we just keep that conversation open and recognize what we're doing here today, what the kinds of conversations we'll have going forward are going to be like, and make sure we're applying the same standard. At some point later, maybe you might want to ask staff if we could have a conversation about what this looks like from a policy framework. But flagging, because it's the first time I'm noticing it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. I believe this stems from the Community Liaison Committee that was established as a result of the Taro landfill site that was a real problem for the community, and that was a way to kind of work with the community. So Councillor Clark is actually on the list.
Yes, so this goes back to 1995. There was an original environmental assessment process. A condition of the environmental assessment was the establishment of two funds. One is a municipal royalties fund to the city of Stoney Creek, which now stands as the geographical region of Stoney Creek under the new environmental compliance agreement. And the second fund is the establishment of the Heritage Green Community Trust, which equally receives royalties on the tonnage of the landfill. The intent of these two funds, based on the original environmental compliance agreement, was that the monies would be spent in Stoney Creek to encourage the development of legacy projects and services that really assist residents who are living in close proximity to the landfill, and that's in exchange for the nuisance of the landfill, which really continues to this very day. I support the motion. It's completely consistent with that environmental compliance agreement, and it's a public document through the Ministry of Environment.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Are there any further speakers to this item? Seeing none, can we have a vote up, please? Can folks please indicate your vote on item 7.4? Thank you. That carries 16-0. Next, we're on to 7.5, Stoney Creek Business Improvement Area. Councillor Francis, would you please present your motion?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie, and thirded unofficially by Councillor Brett Clark. Whereas the Stoney Creek Business Improvement Area, BIA, promotes small business and economic vibrancy within Stoney Creek. Whereas residents of Stoney Creek enjoy enhanced seasonal lighting on the hydro poles within the BIA. Whereas improvements to the lighting on the street increases activity and vitality to the neighborhood and promotes a healthy, engaged community. Whereas the state of the current lighting infrastructure requires investment, and the City of Hamilton has a compensation agreement with the GFL Environmental Inc., formerly TerraPure, for the city's local infrastructure projects and charitable initiatives within the former city of Stoney Creek. Therefore, be it resolved that $2,000 be allocated from the Stoney Creek Compensation Royalties, TerraPure Landfill Reserve 117036 to the downtown Stoney Creek Business Improvement Area for upgrades to support the BIA's annual holiday lighting event, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. I don't know if there's anything you would like to add. All right, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, and I support this motion also. This is a complementary motion to the support that the Heritage Green Community Trust and their trustees, whereby they have agreed to fund annually the Stony Creek Santa Claus Parade to the tune of $10,000 to ensure that they can bring in the appropriate bands and organizations, and there's some significant cost to that. This is an ancillary support. The city of Stony Creek, former city of Stony Creek, now the community of Stony Creek, take great pride in their lights, almost like a festival for downtown Stony Creek, much like Ancaster does and a number of other municipalities or communities within our municipality. It is consistent with the directions that would apply to the use of this particular reserve. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Seeing no further speakers on this item, can we please have the vote up? And folks, could you please indicate your vote now? Thanks, that carries 16-0. We're now on to item 7.6, Upper Paradise Road In-Service Road Safety Review. Councillor Spatafora, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor, and I move my motion, and I appreciate Councillor M. Wilson seconding my motion. Upper Paradise Road In-Service Road Safety Review for Ward 14, whereas the City of Hamilton Vision Zero Action Plan 2019 to 2025 identifies that no loss of life is acceptable and the traffic fatalities and injuries are preventable, whereas ensuring the safety of vulnerable road users is a priority. Whereas on December 22nd, 2017, 2 pedestrians from the local neighborhood were struck by a motor vehicle, resulting in a woman losing her life and her husband having sustained serious injury on Upper Paradise near the intersection of Stone Church Road West. Whereas on January 11th, 2023, a student pedestrian from St. Thomas More Catholic Secondary School lost their life in a motor vehicle collision on Upper Paradise Road near the intersection of Stone Church Road West. Whereas Ward 14 residents have expressed safety concerns for children attending St. Thomas More Catholic Secondary School. Whereas Ward 14 residents have expressed safety concerns and accessibility concerns in regards to getting to and accessing the commercial plazas in this area, which provide pharmacies, grocery stores, and many other necessities for our community. And whereas the Transportation Operations and Maintenance Division is facilitating an in-service road safety review of Upper Paradise Road between Rymal Road West and Stone Church Road West to identify possible safety enhancement. Therefore, be it resolved that upon the conclusion of the Upper Paradise Road In-Service Road Safety Review, that the Transportation Operations and Maintenance Division staff report to the Public Works Committee with reviews, findings inclusive of cost and a proposed implementation plan in Q3 of 2023. Can I?
Absolutely. Can you,
thank
you can go ahead and speak to your motion?
And I just a couple things I know maybe, people may ask why, this doesn't go to Public Works. And I just want to make the public aware that we started talking to Public Works as soon as, road safety was obviously something that was talked about leading up to the election and has continued now that we're in office. And this incident, tragic accident on Upper Paradise has sort of led Ward 14 residents and myself to a position where we need to try and act as quickly as possible. And I had some conversations with colleagues around council about these situations, and I thank them for their advice and sort of explaining their experiences. And although I want to make changes today, I wanted to make changes yesterday when this happened. I think the one bit of all the advice I took, the one thing I know I want to do is I want to make sure we get it right. And that is the reasoning for the study through Public Works. I've had conversations with GM I've had conversations with Director Mike Field and their staff. And he's assured me that, Q3 of 2023 is something they think they can work with, but they are going to do everything in their power to try to get that report back to myself and all of council sooner than later. So I want to thank them, and I want to thank all the colleagues of mine that I had the opportunity to speak to and give advice and direction on this. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spadafora. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. On behalf of your colleagues, I'm really pleased to support this. And we know since our first sharing of priorities and experiences, you consistently brought the issue of safety for Ward 14 residents. I know these very tragic incidents have been top of mind. You have spoken to many of us. You have, it is an emotional exercise, but you have risen to it. You have tried to go through every door, and this is where the door that is, in my opinion, most sound that is available, and I'm really support your efforts to date and in the future, and proud to second this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Any further speakers to this motion? Seeing none, can we have the vote up, please? And I'd ask folks to please indicate your vote now. So that, I believe, carries 16-0. Our technology is not quite staying up, not working as quickly as we are. So I'll now take us to, thanks very much, everyone. I'll next take us to 7.7, report on recommendations for a Board of Health Advisory Committee. Councillor Danko, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson. This is a report on recommendations for the Board of Health Advisory Committee. Whereas Hamilton Public Health Services offers a range of services and supports to address the growing and changing needs of our community, and whereas Council is committed to ensuring that there is an equitable consideration of all advisory committees, community partners, healthcare professionals, interested parties, and members of the public in the provision and oversight of Hamilton Public Health Services. Whereas Council, through the Board of Health, will be receiving further information on the principles and models for governance of public health at an upcoming Board of Health meeting, and whereas Council is committed to transparency, engaged and informed decision-making, and meaningful public consultation. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that staff engage in consultation with appropriate City of Hamilton advisory committees, community partners, healthcare professionals, members of the public, and other interested stakeholders to identify issues and opportunities with the current Board of Health governance process. I have a couple minor changes to B, so I'm just going to read it with the changes and then I'll circle back to them. B, that based on the results of the consultation, staff report back with options for the Board of Health's governance, which will include as an option a dedicated Board of Health Advisory Committee, as well as an option for a semi-autonomous Board of Health, and report back to the Governance Review Subcommittee with recommendations prior to the end of Q3 2023. And C, that staff be provided with a budget up to $50,000 for the purpose of soliciting input and feedback from Hamiltonians to inform their work, and that this be funded through the Tax Stabilization Reserve 110046. So just to highlight the couple minor changes that is different than the written form before you, and then I'll speak to the motion. There's just a slight wording replacing the dedicated Board of Health Advisory Committee while continuing work on, replacing that while continuing work with as well as. so that they're both clear that they're both being considered, and also the end date of report back by the end of Q3 2023. So that's this year. So if I can just speak to the motion, this is being presented as a clear alternative to that which was originally put on the table in 7.1. So just to be clear for council today, this is a decision between two paths. You're either going down the path that I'm presenting here, or whenever that motion of 7.1 comes back, that is the alternative. We're not doing both. So I'm going to start with the letter from Dr. Kieran Moore, which identifies, I think, three options for the governance structure of the Board of Health. So first is, of course, status quo. We as a council can decide that we're going to maintain the current Board of Health governance structure, or Dr. Keenan Moore presents two options. The first is a semi-autonomous Board of Health, which will require a change to the Health Protection and Promotion Act and the City of Hamilton Act, or that we could establish an ad hoc or advisory committee, which may include any kind of or level of citizen representation that we desire. So I think what's in the motion before you, first of all, is the component to actually go out and do rigorous public consultation on the governance structure of the Board of Health, because we've heard from some community members that there is a perceived issues with the governance of the Board of Health, but we haven't actually gone out to the public to do scientific, rigorous public consultation to determine if there is, in fact, a problem with the governance structure of the Board of Health. And if there is a problem, if there are issues, is a change in the governance the solution that's recommended? So before we decide on the direction to solve a problem, we first need to identify what the problem is, what possible solutions may be appropriate. So some of the things that I would expect that staff would report back on are, what are the most appropriate solutions? What would be the scope and mandate of a revised Board of Health? What would the composition be? What expertise should be on that board? What would the nomination process be? Who is involved? Who's excluded? How are members selected? What would be the appropriate balance of councillors and community members? So we have had none of those discussions to date, and I think this direction here provides us with an opportunity to be more deliberate with our decision-making process, to have those discussions through the committee structure and make sure that whatever decision we end up landing on is done with the best evidence possible. So last term, Madam Mayor, we've already started down this process led by Councillor Nan, Councillor Wilson, towards looking at options for this semi-autonomous Board of Health. As a standalone Board of Health that has their own decision-making process, they don't report to council. And, I voted in favor of that last term. I continue to support investigating those options. And I think this direction before you continues that work. And some of the things that, in particular come to mind is, going back to the public consultation, is reaching out to communities and members of the public that are the most impacted by changes in public health decisions. And I'm thinking specifically of our seniors community and persons with disabilities. In the election, I ran against a disability advocate, and he was very clear that no decisions about us without us. And I think it is incumbent on us to make sure that we are reaching everybody that we can to make sure we're deliberate with our decision-making process. Just to wrap up, Madam Mayor, a couple of my personal thoughts on the Board of Health. I don't see what the issue is with the current governance structure of the Board of Health. This term of council is a brand new Board of Health, so we've never actually had an opportunity to see if there were issues with the previous Board of Health, if those carry over to the current council. Also, going through the pandemic, a public health emergency that is unprecedented in the past century, my personal assessment of the performance of the Board of Health over the past term was that it was exemplary, and working through that crisis, those decisions that had to be made were made. And somewhat ironically, I think it worked best when council sort of stepped back and allowed the medical health professionals to provide their best advice and basically provide us with the direction forward without us interfering with politics. So kind of ironically, I suppose that perhaps makes the case for subject matter experts on the Board of Health. But I think for right now, the important thing is that we set a path as a council, that we stick to that path, and that I'm willing to listen to the public consultation. And I really want, at the end of the day, for us to be able to make an informed decision on a matter that's this important and critical to the governance structure of the city of Hamilton. This is not something that we can do just as a knee-jerk reaction. It really requires a very methodical procedural approach. And like I said, this is an alternative to that which is being offered in 7.1. We either do this, or if this fails, go back to 7.1, but we do not do both. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thank you very much, and I'll have the latitude to speak to everything here. Happy to go on a second time. I'm not in favor of this motion. I don't think it gets right what the community is asking us to do. What is rigorous community consultation? What is scientific community consultation? The suggestion is that that's not what's happened with the 200 letters that came forward in 2021, with the years of feedback on that, with the delegates, with the letters that were on today's agenda. Like, all those things are, I think, quite rigorous. We've had years of chance to hear from community. Community has waited on this. Seniors, people with disabilities have been part of that consultation. The Disability Justice Network of Ontario has been part of that consultation. I know some of the doctors who have submitted are seniors, and we're having medical health professionals who are weighing in on today's agenda. So I really want to be clear, this is not a knee-jerk reaction to anything. This is a measured and long-standing process of consultation that's gone on. I also really want to highlight what I think is probably problematic in this motion. The Board of Health and the Board of Health Standing Committee aren't the same thing. I just have to keep saying this over and over again. The Board of Health is City Council. The Board of Health Standing Committee, which is already in existence, and about which we're trying to get changes made to, is already an advisory committee. That letter from Dr. Moore only got responded to because I, at a Board of Health meeting, flagged it for Director Stahl to come to the meeting, have a discussion, and bring it back when former Mayor Eisenberger sent that letter in and it was ignored. And so what happened was that process went on, and that's specifically about the arm's length thing that's happening. That's about the decision that was made last term of council. What I think we need to be doing here is saying, let's talk to let's change the Board of Health Standing Committee. This doesn't remove any of council's authority. Council is still the Board of Health at City Council, and 0% of council's authority has changed. Our Board of Health Standing Committee, as Dr. Richardson said at the last meeting of Board of Health, is already an advisory committee. Adding a third layer now, we're going to have the Board of Health and City Council, the Board of Health Standing Committee, and now an advisory to the Standing Committee. To me, it seems absurd, and it is 100% not what anyone is asking us to do. It is 100% out of line with the community feedback we've had. I think disregards it. If we're going to listen to the community, if we're going to do what the community wants, I think we should also ask Councillor Danko to withdraw his motion and bring it up forward on March 29th. Let's have a fulsome discussion then if we want to have one. I think that's the better way to do it. I think that bringing this forward to March 29th gives everyone the proper notice they need, again, by the way, since the 2021 conversation on the subject. So I really think this is important for us to vote this motion down. It's not going to get us anywhere in terms of what we've been asked to do from the community and what the direct initiation of this was all about in the first place. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. So the mover of the motion has been clear, and I appreciate that directness, that it's this or 7.1, it's not both. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate the mover of the former 7.1 in that he was willing to withdraw his motion in order to meet the procedural schedule that is set out in our bylaw. So I guess I would first ask the mover of this motion that is on the table if he would be also willing to stand down and have his motion set at that same scheduled date so that we can have that debate between the two. And thank you. That's my first question.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't know that that's actually in order to kind of have councillors ask each other back and forth. If that's fine, then we'll ask Councillor Danko for that response.
The motion's been moved and seconded. It's on the floor, and we've already started debate. So no, I will not withdraw. I think we need a decision to set a path today. It wasn't my choice to have to bring this forward today, but my hand was forced, and we are already in the debate. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
So it puts us, or me perhaps, in an untenable position in that I have to speak to things that are not spoken to in this motion, which I'm happy to do so. Over the weekend, I did some nerdy stuff and looked at previous public health and health reform documents dating back from the 70s, in which there was a clear...
That's very nerdy.
Yes, I know. It was my birthday weekend too, so that's extra nerdy.
Happy belated birthday.
In which there was clear acknowledgement in those documents, Chair Horvath, of the inequitable health condition and outputs experienced by racialized people and Indigenous people in Ontario and in Canada. And in these same documents, in order to affect outcomes, they felt governance in terms of how we perceive problems, how we define solutions, how we consult. It mattered. Governance mattered. And as a consequence, in those documents, the recommendation was that those governance models intentionally be comprised of people the health impacts are not equal. That discussion in the public realm has been going on for decades, which begs the question, why do we continue to have unequal outcomes, and why do our governance models, including in this city, why have they not changed? H1N1 had a disproportionate impact on racialized people. And thereafter, there was considerable debate and discussion of how did this happen? We have to make sure it doesn't happen again. Let's consider one element, and that's governance. COVID-19, we have seen the reports as a Board of Health that it has had a disproportionate impact. So when you are, I trust, I cannot speak for them, obviously, a person belonging to those communities, when you know you are being disproportionately affected, you have to begin to wonder how we perceive problems, and those lived impacts have to be brought to the beginning as opposed to clinically at the end. I could go on about when you seek to consult broadly on something where the impacts are not broadly felt, you're more likely to continue to have a status quo outcome because you, in your position, are not feeling those impacts. We have seen how public opinion has become better informed as a consequence of Truth and Reconciliation and all those, the lives of Indigenous people. We have it, our material different than ours. Material deprivation, poorer health outcomes. And that's why we try and move to different governance models. So at the center of health, of public health, is equity. We have had these deliberations for so very long. And to tell communities who continuously are feeling the impact to just wait, I think is a disservice, and I do not think it upholds our responsibilities as governors when we know what those impacts are. Let's lean into our purpose. Let's lean into our, frankly, privilege, and let us do this to uphold the credibility of the very institutions which we are talking about and to recognize those unequal outcomes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It's regrettable that this motion can't be referred to a future date. You know, and I acknowledge the mover acknowledging my involvement and Councillor Wilson's involvement in this dialogue last term of council, but this is a new term of council, and dialogue could have happened prior to tabling this motion. And it's regrettable. I don't feel comfortable in this situation right now, and I don't like being in it. That said, I do have to now lean into my representation. And what I have humbly learned over 25 years of community-based organizing, development of leaders across this country, specifically from equity-seeking communities, this resounding decade-long feedback that we are tired of being consulted. And I know that might sound difficult to understand for folks who don't come from equity-seeking communities, because I think the intention is, well, let's make sure we cast the widest possible net and have more consultation. Isn't more consultation a good thing? And I would say generally, yes. But in this situation, I say no, and the reason I say no is because we have received years upon years of input and opinion, particularly from Indigenous and racialized communities, whom are also seniors, whom are also people with disabilities, whom are also, with other intersectional identities as well. And they have said very loudly and clearly that the governance of Board of Health needs to change. Not just process, but structure. And it's in these moments, as an elected representative, who also is located individually and personally as a racialized person, that I have to say this with as much clarity as possible to my colleagues around the table. When people tell you that they have been over-consulted, or that they are tired of being engaged in consultation after consultation, our job as elected representatives is to, one, acknowledge exactly what we've heard to date, and be ready to respond to why we are not willing to take the recommendations that have come from those consultations and inputs and opinions to date and act on them. It is the lack of action that causes distrust in our communities. And there is faith placed around this table and this term of council that we are not going to continue to kick decisions down the line and get them tied up into process when the ability is there to make the changes. And there's procedural clarity that we can make those changes. And so I won't be able to support the motion. I really wish that there was an opportunity to have this conversation personally prior to. And yep, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Cassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Very good points made by my colleagues. I'll just start by saying, joining council, I was actually surprised that council members were the entirety of the Board of Health. So through my lack of ignorance or not knowing other models. So I am definitely open to the idea, and I think it's a good idea to change the composition to include health experts for many of the reasons that have just been stated. It is an unfortunate situation we're in, but one of the things that has been an adjustment for me is just and the frustration for me is the amount of time it takes to make decisions. I understand that's the process, but I think this is an opportunity here where we can make a good decision and we can make it quickly. So I was prepared to support Councillor Kretsch's motion. Now it's been deferred. I would support that on March 29th. So with respect to the motion on the floor here and the desired process, I don't think that's the right way to go. So I won't support it in this particular instance. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cassar. I don't see any other first-time speakers, so I'm going to ask for any further first-time speakers, and then I'd like to put the chair over to Councillor Nan so that I can make some remarks. No other first-time speakers? Thanks very much. Councillor Nan, can you please take over the chair?
Certainly. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. I have to say I've listened carefully to not only the discussion today, but to folks that I've spoken to over the last number of days in regards to the desire to make changes to the way that the governance structure exists for the City of Hamilton's Board of Health. And I want to start by putting my cards on the table. I was really happy when the community, as you know, I was down the road in Toronto as an MPP, but I was happy to hear the conversation happening here in Hamilton about the possibility of a semi-autonomous Board of Health that was populated by members of council, as well as experts from various fields, as well as lived experience voices from members of our community. I agree and believe that that's the right direction for us to go. I can say, though, that I've been aware of these kinds of issues for some time now in my previous role. I don't know the extent to which other members of council, the newly elected council, 2/3 of which are brand new around this table, are as up to speed, if you will, when it comes to this really important conversation. And I say really important conversation because I know that there's some frustration around the timelines thus far, and the sense that everything's moving too slow. I don't think Q3 is too slow to give the members of this council, the new members of this council, an opportunity to be thoughtful and educated as to the implications of, and the benefits, most importantly, of moving to a different way of governing our public health system here in our city. And I think that it's not a matter of let's just get something done because everybody's been waiting a long time. It's a matter of due diligence. And I as a member of council, as I said, have some understanding of the issues, but I think it behooves all of us to take a little bit of time to give folks around the table who are going to be part of this conversation, part of this discussion, and coming up with some kind of, hopefully, when the report comes forward and the conversation is before us again, time to make a decision. So I am not interested in quote unquote, kicking things down the road. I am interested in doing our due diligence. I am interested in giving members of council an opportunity to understand exactly what the options are before us, what the best model will be, so that we can start to address the social determinants of health, so that we can start to make sure that our policies, that our responses as a public health authority are in line with the needs of our community. And I don't disagree with the previous speakers who have identified very clearly that for some time there has been an incongruence between the work that gets done at public health versus the needs of communities. And we have a very, very vibrantly diverse community with a wide spectrum of needs. I think about even a piece of correspondence that came up earlier today around making sure that supporting another community who was talking about ensuring that that health care was provided that was that was basically gender thoughtful, and that was able to be provided in a way that was responsive to people's needs. So those are my values, and that is where I stand on the issue overall. But I do believe that the best way to get there in this context is to provide that little bit of space for the newly elected councillors, and again, not a heck of a long time, but a little bit of space to give people the chance to figure out where we're headed on this particular piece. And I would encourage, I don't think there's anything that prevents us from having those conversations over these next couple of weeks as we get into the, the opportunity to have, yes, more engagement, but also more importantly, engagement with people around this table who are making this extremely important and necessary decision for change. And so on that note, I thank you for the opportunity, Councillor Nan, and I complete my remarks.
Yield the chair back to you.
Thanks very much. Are there any further speakers on the matter? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the comments about making sure we as newer folks around the table feel like we have what's going on. I will say I've got several emails from constituents in Ward 13 about this exact topic, and they've, not to belabor the point, but they've said exactly what Councillor Crutch and many others have said, is that the motion in front of us, the one that we're talking about today, is not the outcome that they're seeking. We've had this deep consultation, and so as a result, I'll just kind of echo some of my colleagues in saying I can't support this today. I look forward to that conversation on the 29th when we can have the what comes next conversation. And yeah, just that's where I'm at checking in. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. Any further comments? Okay, seeing none, we now have before us the motion 7.7 report on recommendations for a Board of Health Advisory Committee, moved by Councillor Danko and seconded by Councillor Jackson. The vote is up. Please indicate your votes. The motion carries 9-7. So now, thank you, we are on to notices of motion. Item 8.1, amendment to item 5 of the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 21-013, respecting adaptation and transformation of services for people experiencing homelessness, update 4, HSC 20020D, which was approved by Council on December 15th, 2021. Councillor Crutch, may I please have a motion to waive the rules?
Yes, but can I just quickly ask what rule? Oh, this is a notice of motion. I'm sorry. That's why I got confused for a moment. Yeah, so asking that we waive the rules to make this an actual motion. This was provided me by staff. That's the motion on the table now. It's just to waive the notice so it can become a real motion.
That is correct. And you have a seconder? Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you. Seeing no discussion, we'll just go straight to the vote, I'd imagine. I believe that there's a 2/3 majority required for this. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much, all. Councillor Crutch, would you please present your motion?
Moved by myself and hopefully also seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Yes, I see, because I've written your name down on the sheet already, so thank you. Accidentally. This is an amendment to item 5 of the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 21-013, respecting the adaptation and transformation of services for people experiencing homelessness update, which is HSC 20020D, which was approved by Council on December 15th in 2021. And so it's to amend it, and you all have it before you. It's on the agenda. You've all seen the amendments. I won't read them out in excruciating detail, but it's to change some of the timelines because it looks like the timing didn't come together for the funding of the grants. It looks like it'll need to be extended from March to May. That's the sum of it here, is that we're just moving a timeline from March to May to ensure that it lines up with the grants.
Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, just to staff, just want assurance that there's no financial implications, that it's strictly a housekeeping change to the timelines. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Director Baird, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. No, there's no change in finances on this one.
Councillor Danko? Okay. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just the question to staff. Is this a motion that gets referred to the budget process? I honestly do not recall the past motion from last term.
Thanks. Director Baird, please.
Through you, Madam Chair. No, this is one. It is a housekeeping motion. It's regarding funding that was previously approved for capital repairs at the YWCA. It's an extension of the timeline that was approved last August. But no, it's not referred to the budget process.
Thank you.
It's already funded. Thanks very much. Are there any further speakers to this? Seeing none, then I would ask you to please indicate your vote when the vote comes up. That was moved by Councillor Crutch and seconded by Councillor A. Wilson. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. So we're now on to statements by members of council. Are there any members of council that have items of interest that that you would like to share with the public? And I'm going to start with Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Only as it relates to 11.3, just to let the public know that I will be, with the permission of council, going into closed session, but I will be vacating and leaving council chambers when that particular item comes up for discussion because I have a declared interest. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. Are there any other, do you want me to, I can go through the roster if you like. Councillor A. Wilson.
Hello. I just want to say last council meeting, we talked a lot about the arts activities going on in Ward 13. We heard about Winter Blooms. We heard about what's going on at the Dundas Little Theatre, the Real McCoy's hockey game at the Great Marina, lots going on. And I think just as we're all in this moment, I'm going to keep this really quick and short just to say, I think these things sustain us. We all have really busy days as councillors and just really seeing that other folks have been also engaging in their community, attending these events in the evenings and weekends. And it's really cup filling. It really kind of connects folks to what's going on. I had the pleasure of being at a Dundas Lions Club meeting last night, hearing what's there going. So just an open invitation to everyone in this room, come join us. There's always fun stuff going on in Ward 13, whether it's coming to a hockey game, coming to an art show, seeing a gallery, lots going on, and you're very, very welcome to join. Thanks so much.
Excellent. Councillor Chattison.
I'll keep it short. I'm just doing my best to manage the issues in our ward as best I can, keep my head above water right now. We will see in the coming months, the Girl Guides from Glenbrook are going to come and visit us here at council, so I'm hoping that everybody will welcome them. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Mayor. And just quickly, I just want to remind residents of Ward 14 that our town hall is upcoming on February 28th at 6 p.m. Shidoak Twin Pad Arena, 91 Chedmack Drive. And the theme of our first town hall will be around Ward 14 roads and infrastructure, and the obviously tying in the complete streets report. And the last thing, I'm looking forward to the father-daughter dance through the Knights of Columbus. My daughters really didn't want to go with their dad because they don't think their dad's that cool, but I'm gonna show them, and looking forward to attending the J.C. Holland Awards as well. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Spadafora. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. I'll keep it short as well. I just want to say that Tesla is opening up a hub at Lime Mall. They were in the Committee of Adjustment and it was approved, and I'm so excited that Lime Ridge will have attraction where people could go and see the cars, and it'll be also a place where you could fix the Tesla. And so I'm excited because they're averaging about 50 to 60 people new jobs, and that's what is exciting about Hamilton. People are coming to Hamilton for these jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just a few updates. A reminder to Ward 3 residents that we have a Good Neighbors meeting with Tim Hortons field staff tomorrow at 6:30 until 8 p.m. It is a hybrid meeting. Neighbors are invited to join us at Tim Hortons Field. We will be in the community room, and also if you need to participate online, then please reach out to my office at Ward 3 at hamilton.ca. We do need to have RSVPs ahead of time so that we can make sure our tech is ready for everybody to participate. The second is much thanks and so much excitement, honestly, to participate in Frostbites Festival, which is starting on February 15th, and with Bernie Morelli Recreation Center, and specifically the Serafini Skate Pad as being a feature place for storytelling, as well as an opportunity for anybody who feels really uneasy about putting on skates. And maybe you're like me, maybe you've like passed the time to like go into skate lessons, but you kind of are curious to check out all these great outdoor skate rinks that we have in Hamilton. You can come and learn. I'll be there, so you don't have to feel like, awkward. I will also be bumbling along on my hot pink skates. So please join me, and open invitation to anybody who's interested in learning how to figure skate, and we'll continue skating together going forward. Tons of storytellers associated to the festival, great change makers from across Hamilton that are featured in the lineup, and it was an honor to support the festival through a small grant through the Ward 3 office as well. The second Ward 3 community meeting this month is coming up with in partnership with Hamilton Water staff on February 28th. It will take place at the Eva Rothwell Center, again from 6:30 till 8 p.m. And we'll be discussing the recent misconnections that led to sewer systems going into wastewater. Into stormwater, and hearing from staff, getting a good presentation about what our infrastructure looks like underneath those areas in Ward 3, and get clarity around what took place, how it's being remediated, and learn more about the proactive pilot project that Hamilton Water has going on that's helping us identify other misconnections like the ones that were found throughout the winter months. And that's it for now. And also, congratulations to all the nominees, and we'll find out who the recipients are of the J.C. Holland Awards. Happy to be there with several of my council colleagues. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor McMeekin, please. We can't hear you, Councillor McMeekin. Your audio's off.
Oh, that's terrible. Is that better?
Yes, it's there now. We got you.
Okay. Your Worship, thanks. First of all, thanks to our technical team who have been so helpful in ensuring that, notwithstanding my rehab, which is going very well, and by the way, thanks for all the best wishes, to be able to access all but 2 meetings virtually, and it's been exciting to be able to do that. On the ward front itself, there's a growing need for some creative new ways to house in support of the agri-food sector in the Flamborough ag sector, house offshore workers, and we're doing some work on that. I look forward to the first meeting of Hamilton's Agri-Food Advisory Committee. Continue to work proactively at pulling together a rather large community council group that would be my intention once it's established, hopefully by the end of this month. We'll meet together every 6 weeks or so to catch enhanced and more articulated vision of the needs in the ward. I'm looking forward to that. The immediate issues that are taking up a lot of time continue to be around truck thefts and vandalism and generally policing issues. It's an ongoing issue. The chief and the crime unit and the superintendent have been generally quite helpful and providing information to my constituents, and I'm thankful for that. So that's my update from Flamborough, Waterdown, Ward 15, Your Worship.
Thanks very much, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. And one of the best parts of many of the restrictions of the pandemic being lifted or rescinded is that so many of our, great community events are coming back. And 2 up in my ward over the next 2 Saturdays. I'm so pleased and proud. After a 3-year hiatus, Mayor Horwath, the Trenholm Bocce Club that had for 25 years prior to the pandemic held the largest dinner dance of the 22 bocce clubs across the city of Hamilton, having traditionally over 800 people attend at Michelangelo's. It's back this Saturday, February the 11th, 6 p.m. at Michelangelo's Banquet Hall again. Tremendous kudos and credit to Mrs. Manny Vecchione and her entire executive. Great group of volunteers. Any money raised through this volunteer dinner dance goes towards upgrading the Trenholm Bocce Club courts within the award-winning Trenholm Neighborhood Park at the south end of Upper Kenilworth. So I'm going to be there, always by a table for the event. Congratulations, Manny Vecchione, this Saturday, February 11th at Michelangelo's Trenholm Bocce Club dinner dance. And a week Saturday on Saturday, February 18th at Carmen's Banquet Hall in my ward, the Knights of Columbus holding again their Bishop's Charity Dinner Dance. 6 p.m. Great credit and thanks and applause to Mario and Martha Salvatore and their entire executive. This event also, Mayor Horwath, over the many, many years it's been held, and the bishop will be there always in attendance and giving his blessings upon the event. Usually attracts anywhere from 900 to 1,000 people, packing Carmen's Banquet Hall. Once again, there may be a few tickets left. Saturday, February 18th, 6 p.m. at Carmen's Banquet Hall, the Bishop's Charity Dinner held by the Volunteers, Knights of Columbus. I'll be there as well. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Huang, please.
Thank you. Last week was a really crazy busy week, meaning that Ward 4 held its first town hall on Monday, and we had 70 some odd people show up from the community, so it was really wonderful to see that level of engagement. I also want to thank the mayor as well as my fellow councillors that attended with me on Thursday here at City Hall when we had the Hamilton Chinese Business Association host the first time in 3 years their Lunar New Year celebration. So thank you again. And I look forward to all of the upcoming events. We do have John Holland coming up, as well as Trenholm Bocce, as well as Knights of Columbus, but also Women of Distinction. YWCA Women of Distinction is also coming up. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Huang. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. So since the events on Monday that occurred in this chambers, I've been reflecting on what happens and how we move forward as a council, as a community. I wasn't in the room when it happened. I was just in the anteroom. I was just on my way back in, so I didn't see in person, but I did hear quite clearly what was happening. And the chant that I heard over and over was defund, disarm, dismantle, abolish. I fully support residents of our community's ability to participate in public disobedience, their right to protest. I think that is an important part of the democratic process. As somebody who has gone into a public meeting and taken it over myself, as Councillor Beattie will recall, I do recognize that sometimes if you're not being heard, you may feel that is your only recourse. However, I would also add that if that was a group of yellow vesters or freedom convoy types or people concerned about vaccine mandates, the exact same people would be demanding that police step in to stop that from happening. So going back to that chant, defund, disarm, dismantle, abolish. Nobody on council, nobody around this horseshoe ran on that mandate. Nobody. In fact, people that ran that, do believe in that, do believe in that chant, they scrubbed their social media pages and, made sure that nobody knew as much as they could that that wasn't their position. And through the campaign, when I talked to thousands of residents, what I heard very clearly is that the residents of Ward 8 are asking for more police visibility, higher levels of policing, and they expect that me as their representative ensure that police have the resources that they need to bring those responsible for crimes to justice and to keep their communities safe. Specifically, they often raise issues with guns and gang violence, with vehicle thefts, with assaults on the stairs and the paths, as we just heard from some delegates here, and recently growing weapons use and violence in schools. So I think, Madam Mayor, I think we need to be able to find a way that we can divide the issues with policing to have a rational public debate. We can talk about the level of policing, what is appropriate, what is, what policing needs to be in communities to make sure that they are effective. We need to be able to have a rational conversation about the police budget. I also hear from residents very concerned about the cost of policing, the budget price. Are they using the tax dollars efficiently? But that is independent from the other issues that kind of get all thrown together. And then finally is the issue of police conduct and behavior. And I think there's no question that there have been several very serious incidences of police conduct and behavior. I know from my discussions with Chief Bergen, he is committed to addressing those as the chief of police. And I'll just touch back on the budget. The chief did say that, if we were to cut the police budget, for every 1% cut to the budget is 19 full-time officers. And again, nobody here ran on that mandate. So I think my frustration with what happened on Monday is I didn't hear a real desire for solutions. All I heard was a desire for conflict and confrontation. And especially the really disparaging accusations against the very hardworking, honorable members of the Hamilton Police Services that put their lives in danger every day to make sure that our communities are safe and are the kinds of communities where we want to raise our kids, our families, and the kind of communities that we as councillors want Hamilton to be. So I'm just sharing this taking my time to share my reflections on that, because I think it is important for us as a council to move past this and to be able to have those respectful, meaningful discussions about the level of policing, the police budget, and the conduct and behavior that isn't, just conflict and ideology. So I appreciate the time, and I just felt that I had to share my thoughts and reflections while they're still relatively fresh. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Kassar, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Clark. Sorry, Councillor Clark. I went to the next C and it was...
It's like I got twins on both sides of me here. A moment of levity. I learned that my colleague, Councillor Danko, was standing just outside that door on the other side, getting ready to come in, because in 2 minutes he was coming in to relieve me so that I could go and rest up from chairing that meeting. And it had been 2 minutes more. I would have been on the other side of that door, and Vice Chair Danko would have been in the chair. Notwithstanding that jocularity, if we will, I do want to thank our staff. It was a very trying evening, and in my role as chair, I'm trying to ensure that our clerks are safe, that our senior leadership team is safe, and that our councillors are safe. Our security team, Martin and his associates, colleagues, were excellent in providing advice to the chair. Our clerk was excellent in providing advice to the chair in terms of how we deal with those situations. So I do want to thank the staff, because in that kind of situation, you can be as calm as you want, but you need assistance to try to juggle all the balls that are coming before you. And I think our staff were admirable. They did not escalate the situation. Hamilton police were out back in the parking lot. They didn't come in. There was no violence. I think Councillor Kretsch indicated that it was a peaceful protest. While they were loud, while some of the things they were saying might have been abusive, and they most certainly interrupted the democratic dialogue that we were dealing with, there was no violence, and we need to be cognizant of that. So I do want to thank, I also want to thank our, if I may, I want to thank our clerks, especially on the budget process. I am watching, and I'm admirable as to how much work our clerks have to undertake. It's not simply that they're here helping us keep the records here. They then have to leave, go to another office, open everything up, and prepare all of those reports and minutes. And if anyone thinks it's not volumes of documents, they're mistaken. It really is. And they do it in a humble fashion, but they get the job done. So I do want to thank our clerks, and I wanted the city clerk to hear those comments, because they have been most helpful in my role as chair of the budget process. 2 events coming up, Madam Mayor, on February 14th, which Mr. Coleman reminded me was Valentine's Day. I have award days booked at Valley Park from 1 until 3, so that residents can come in and meet with me. Based on what Mr. Coleman advised me, I'll be bringing chocolates just so that the residents have an opportunity to say, Happy Valentine's, Brad, you dummy. The next item is February 16th, which is a more earnest meeting. This meeting is regarding the development proposal for 1065 Paramount. This is outside of the Planning Act, so this is a public meeting that has been organized by the developer to share their thoughts with the community. They are proposing stacked townhouses and an 8-story building on Paramount Drive, which is used to singles and townhomes in that area. The meeting is at Winterberry Heights Salvation Army Church from 6 o'clock until 8 o'clock. The developer and their planners will present their proposed development. Our staff have not made a determination in terms of how they're going to recommend on that development. And I'm just wanting the residents to understand that this is outside of the planning process. We'll hear from the developer residents will be able to ask questions and make suggestions diplomatically. And then from there, our staff will go back, review all of the reports on that proposal, and then come to a decision as to whether or not they can support that proposal or not support that proposal. And I look forward to that. And then there would be a meeting at the Planning Committee. So I will be present at that meeting. I will be present to provide advice to residents in terms of how they ensure their rights going forward for any appeals on a decision under the Planning Act. And I'm hoping that residents will avail themselves of this opportunity. Those are all my comments, Madam Mayor. I am pleased to be a member of this council. I think we are gelling. I think we are doing really good work. And I think that we are all learning that the more we collaborate pragmatically, the more we can move that bar forward to improve the lives of all the residents in the city of Hamilton. And I mean that sincerely. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Now, Councillor Cassar.
Now it's, okay. Okay, good. I want to echo Councillor Danko's comments. It was very well said around the events on Monday. I feel very much the same way, as my constituents would actually expect more police support in the community, not less. But notwithstanding that, we did hear from many, many delegates who were up at the front there prior to a larger crowd coming in, sharing their lived experiences, which are definitely not my lived experiences, so I appreciated hearing their delegations, and I was listening very carefully and taking lots of notes. And I just want to go on the record to say I heard what they were saying. I was understanding the gravity of what they deal with in their communities before the protest started, so that didn't add anything to the process. I think it took away a little bit, but that said, I hear what they, for someone to say that they get scared when police come into the neighborhood or they go the other way, that's mind-blowing for me. So that is a real issue, and I know not everybody feels that way, but nobody should feel that way. My takeaway from those events were the focus on a budget increase was maybe misplaced. It's more about just policing in general and how they interact with the community. I know there's so much good work done by police, though these communities don't feel that way, and that's important. So I think there's a bigger conversation we need to tackle here with our police partners on how we improve that. I'm not going to be solved here, but I just wanted to acknowledge that I heard that. Yes, we were not responding, but it's a very difficult position to be in. I'm not minimizing the position anyone else is in those communities, so please don't take my words the wrong way. Lots of work to be done here. You were heard, is what I will say. And I guess just a couple last comments on that topic. There were assertions made or recommendations made that we should reallocate money to social programs, housing. Just for the record, everyone should understand, council does not have that prerogative to be able to split up the police budget. We make a decision, yes or no, in its entirety. And if we say no, then that goes through an appeal process. But what I will say on behalf of my colleagues here is we are putting a lot of effort and hoping to put a lot of resources into those very same topics that were being voiced from the gallery. So again, we hear you. We want to do that work. That is very important to me personally, and I know there's so much compassion and passion around this table to do that work. But carving up the police budget is not the way to do that, or it's not even possible. So I'll leave those comments there. And just one on a totally different topic, not entirely unrelated. I will plug again the Ancaster Community Food Drive, which is happening March 4th. As of Monday, we still have 125 routes for pickup that need volunteers. We are still a little ways out, so hopefully people will sign up. Flyers are delivered on February 25th to notify homeowners that the food drive is happening the following week. So if anyone listening or anyone here would like to participate, ancasterfooddrive@gmail.com, or the website is ancasterfooddrive.ca. So thank you for the time, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cassar. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I begin by thanking all of my colleagues to my right. The last three speakers have articulated, particularly Councillor Cassar, I would say, has articulated quite brilliantly my own thoughts and feelings on what transpired on Monday. I don't have anything productive to add, but I do thank them for their articulations, and I'm hopeful for the future. Then I think that we are going to be able to move forward. So with that, Mayor Horwath, if I can switch gears and go directly to the Ward 10 report, I'm your host, Jeff Beattie. The Stoney Creek Food Bank recently undertook a fundraising effort with the support of the Winona Men's Club. The Men's Club, of course, being best known as the operators of the Peach Sundae booth at the Winona Peach Festival. A number of my colleagues have had the opportunity to scoop ice cream in the blazing hot sun in August, and I hope that many more of you will show up this coming August. The Men's Club is a philanthropic organization that uses all of the funds raised through the Peach Sundae booth to donate back into the community, and they have done this past few months. The total cash donation to the Stoney Creek Food Bank amounting to $53,000. Part of that was through donations made by community members, and then the club matched those donations for a total of $53,000. Of note, $11,000 were first-time donors to this very worthy organization. So I'm very thankful to the Stoney Creek community for pitching in. And good things are going to be happening at the food bank moving forward as a result. Also want to make note of our Ward 10 Fridays. You'll notice that every Friday I am participating virtually. That's because I'm camped out at the old Stoney Creek City Hall, and residents are encouraged and welcome to come and visit myself and my office team at the Stoney Creek Municipal Center. It's been very, very well received, and I look forward to continuing to see constituents in the ward on Fridays. Also want to make note and some thanks. The relaunching of the public skating at Saltfleet Arena has been tremendously received. Over the Christmas break, there were a number of opportunities for a free skate. Free skates continue on Saturday and on Monday with a parent and taught skate. And my thanks in particular to the crew at Saltfleet Arena who are working diligently to make this happen. And of course, the community is expressing to me their thanks to have this valuable public asset back up and running, and the ability to undertake some good physical activity. And then lastly, I do want to, I think it's rather exciting, make note of the launch of our new Ward 10 Youth Council. It's going to be taking place on the 28th of February. That's a Tuesday at 7 p.m., same location at Old Stoney Creek City Hall. It's the Stoney Creek Municipal Center. High school students from Ward 10 or attending Orchard Park or St. John Henry Newman Secondary School are invited to participate. Please show up. I know that there's going to be a good crowd already. My thanks to members of the Orchard Park staff who are assisting with this, and my own office team are helping to get this underway. We're going to be bringing a new opportunity for youth to make their voice heard in the ward. I think it's a citywide first. You can correct me if I'm wrong, if there's other councillors that are doing the same yet. Please do, first off, and if anybody wants to show up the 28th and see what we're getting started, you're most welcome to do so. So with that, that's the end of the Ward 10 report.
Very thorough. Thanks all. I was going to mention a number of the community events that are coming and that we've already had, and so we've all done a remarkable job in that regard, and so I am simply going to say good work since the last council meeting. I agree that there are some things that we have to work out, and I think we're doing some positive work, and we are moving those yardsticks, as Councillor Clark identified, and I'm hopeful that we'll continue to be as collaborative as we possibly can and work together to really address some of the concerns, most of the concerns, if we're doing our jobs, that have been identified by the people of Hamilton, and they've asked us to look at. So thanks all very much for these comments, and we're now back into the agenda. And we are at item 10, which is council communications updates, if I'm not mistaken. January 20th, 2023 to February 2nd, 2023. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive the council communication updates? The communication updates are listed here for your information. Are there any items within the council communication update listing? Oh, I'm sorry, I need the motion first.
Certainly. Through you, Mayor, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McMeekin, that the council communication updates from January 20th to February 2nd, 2023 be received.
Thanks very much. And now the communication updates are listed here for your information. Are there any items within the council communication update listing members would like to have referred to standing committee? Anything? Okay. Seeing none, can we please then have a vote on the council communications being received? Please identify or indicate your votes. Mine's still not up. Oh, there it is. Okey-do. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We are now at item 11, private and confidential, and we have some closed council minutes from January 25th, 2023 that need to be approved. So we have a motion to approve the closed session minutes from the January 25th, 2023 meeting as presented. Moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Clark. Oh, I forgot to ask for the motion. I'm sorry? Okay, so there we go. Moved and seconded by Councillors Clark and Huang. Can you please indicate your votes? Councillor McMeekin, have you voted on the closed session minutes? We're waiting for your vote. Thumbs up, thank you. Okay. So that carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to moving into a closed session. So may I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider item 12.2 and 11.2 and 11.3, respecting Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation CMHC Rapid Housing Initiative RHI Round 3, HSC 20056C, and correspondence from Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting procedural clarification for Ontario Land Tribunal Appeal OLT-22-001995, 310 Francis Avenue, LS 23014, Ward 10, pursuant to Section 9.3, subsections E, F, H, and I of the City's Procedural Bylaw 21-021, as amended, and Section 239.2, subsections E, F, H, and I of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the city or a local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a Crown agency of any of them, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the city or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. So on the motion then to move into camera, it is moved by Councillor Wang, and seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Can I please have folks indicate your votes? Okay. That carries 16-0. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of council rejoin the meeting, council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. We will be back hopefully shortly. Thank you.
You can stay here behind the glass if you want. We'll go there. You stay there.
Okay, let us know when you're ready to go. Okay, we're good. So thanks. Welcome back, everyone who's joining us online. Members of council, we're now back in open session. Please ensure you're back in the open portal of the eScribe. And we're, I think, ready to go already. So the public's joined the meeting. So item 11.2, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC Rapid Housing Initiative, RHI Round 3, HSC 20056C. May I please have a motion to approve the recommendations, or the motion that was discussed in camera? That's moved by Councillor Beattie. Seconded by, Councillor Clark. Can we have the motion up, please? Or are you going to read it out?
I will read it happily, but if I don't know if it's appropriate to put it on the screen for those at home to follow along. With regards to 11.2A, that report HSC 2005-6-20056, I shouldn't do that. C, respecting Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC Rapid Housing Initiative, RHI Round 3, be referred to the February 15th, 2023 General Issue Committee for consideration. And B, that a special committee meeting be convened following the February 15th, 2023 General Issue Committee meeting. And C, that the mayor be directed to continue to meet with local MPs to advance the discussions surrounding the CMHC Rapid Housing Initiative Phase 3, and D, that the mayor be permitted to share closed session discussion with local MPs without prejudice to relay council's position on the CMHC Rapid Housing Initiative funding requirements. We're reading them both together.
Can I just, I think you said that there'd be a special committee meeting. I think it's a special council meeting to approve. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Special council meeting?
Yeah. Okay.
My apologies
Perfect.
if I said it incorrectly.
Okay. So the motion's before us. Is there any, I don't think there's any discussion. We had the discussion in camera. So can I please have the vote up, and people can please indicate their vote or identify their vote. Thank you. That carries 15-0. We're now on to the item 11.3. I look to Councillor Beattie again for a motion, please. This is regarding correspondence from Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting procedural clarification for OLT appeal OLT 22-001995 310 Francis Avenue LS 23014 Ward 10.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. This motion is made by myself, seconded by Councillor Clark. With regards to 11.3A, the report LS 23014, respecting correspondence from Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting procedural clarification for OLT appeal OLT 22-001995 310 Francis Avenue be received, and that B, that Appendix B to report LS 18054 be released publicly, and that C, the balance of the report LS 23014 respecting correspondence from Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting procedural clarification for OLT appeal OLT 22001995 310 Francis Avenue remain confidential, and that D, that the city solicitor be directed to review the process and instruction summary for Planning Act appeals and report back to Planning Committee.
Thanks very much. We've again had that discussion to get to that motion, and so can I have the vote up, please, and can I have council members indicate your votes? Thank you. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. I don't know if we go to Councillor Beattie. Did Councillor Beattie have anything further, or?
At the appropriate time, Madam Mayor, I would like to ask the three questions that were asked in the correspondence from Lakewood Beach at the Planning Committee earlier, now that we've been able to rise and report. I feel that I'm able to ask these questions now in public session.
I think that's what was expected from the members of council through the in-camera session, so please go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. So the questions from Lakewood Beach Community Council, number one, through you, Mayor, and I'll just go one at a time for simplicity's sake. Who has delegated authority to approve a settlement?
Solicitor Shields.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and to the councillor, staff is given delegated authority.
Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question number two, who should have this delegated authority? Sorry, let me restate that. It's not as written. Who should have authority is the specific question from LBCC. I apologize.
Who should have authority?
And
General
through the chair,
Manager Thorne?
I can take that one. So as I read item D of the motion that was just approved by council, staff has been asked to go back and look at what those delegated authorities are under the Planning Act, which would include Committee of Adjustment delegated authorities as well as others, and report back to this council with some options and to seek council's direction on how those should be exercised going forward.
Thank you. And Councillor Beattie, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. The third question being, should LBCC, Lakewood Beach Community Council, as a group who was granted party status by the tribunal, have been informed that settlement talks were occurring behind the scenes in order to have been given the opportunity to adequately prepare for the proceedings?
City Solicitor Shields, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, and to the councillor. So in this particular instance, in accordance with the delegated authority instructions, staff would engage only the applicant or the party to this particular matter in settlement discussions. And we would, at that time, once settlement has been achieved, engage the other party to let them know that. On a go-forward basis, my recommendation to this body will be that under the delegated authority that we would advise all parties and participants that the city will be engaging into settlement discussions, and we will, once a settlement has been reached, we will also let them know that as well.
Councillor Beattie. Thank you, City Solicitor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Solicitor Shield and GM Thorne, for the answer. I also do want to thank all of Council for helping me sort through this very complicated process, and look forward to us developing better processes for a more transparent approach to these very complicated matters in the coming days and weeks and months.
Thank you very much, Councillor Beattie, and I echo those thanks. We had a very productive discussion, lots of contributions, and got us to, I think, a really great place. So on that note now, we are on to item 12, bylaws and confirming bylaw. Councillor Nan, may I have the motion on the bills?
bear with me, Mayor. There it is. That the February 8th, 2023 bills be passed and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto and signed by the Mayor and City Clerk. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Crutch.
Oh, Councillor Crutch is not here.
So Councillor Jackson?
Councillor Jackson's here.
Okay. Making my way around the horseshoe today.
So Councillor Jackson is prepared to second that motion. Thank you, Councillor Nan, and thank you, Councillor Jackson. Are there any speakers on the bills? Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, can I please have your votes now on the bills? That carries 14-0. Thanks very much, Hall. We're now at the most important motion of the day, moved by Councillor Spadafore, seconded by Councillor Wang, that we adjourn today's meeting. Please indicate your votes. Oh, we have a thumbs up from Councillor Nan and a thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin. I think that's carried since people are leaving the room.